Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland. I am your sensei, Bob, and welcome aboard. And don't believe a word I say. And this show is strictly for your entertainment, and it is not advised for a childish mind. Those who believe and can't suspend their disbelief, I would ask not to watch. Anyone who would be put in a zone of discomfort, I would say not to watch. But those of you who are mature of heart, mind, and spirit, who wish to move forward in your ascension, to expand your understanding, welcome aboard. And remember, this is just for your entertainment's sake. So, I had a earlier today a show, and I spoke to of things to come, right? And we have been. H.G. Wells wrote a novel called Things to Come, and he took that and made it into a film that was produced and released um, out into the movie world in 1928, a year before the beginning of World War II. And he basically pegged it right. He said that the war would again be a initialization of World War One. That World War II was just, the 20s and 30s were just a hiatus between World War One and World War II because uh, the end of World War One was not an end. No one won. It was an armistice, right? And the German people were put into a place where there was a hiatus, a neither side, English and French, and the Russians couldn't beat the Germans, right? And only with the entrance, with the exit of the Russians and the entrance of the Americans and their ability to produce without being, attacked, their financial and industrial might was not. The only place it could be stopped was by the U-boats in the North Atlantic. And we brought over 1 million soldiers under the control of General Blackjack Pershing. And he went there, and the English and French just wanted to throw the American boys into the meat grinder of the trench warfare. And Pershing said, "Hey, these guys aren't even trained. Give me 6 months to a year to train these, and then we'll enter the war," which he did. And as he did that, he pursued the understanding of the warfare that was going on, and he realized that um, the French, English, and Germans were fighting a 19th century war with 20th century weapons and on an industrial basis. So he realized that the strategy that the Europeans were using were just as Freud would say, you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. That's the definition of insanity, and so that's what was going on, and insanity. And Pershing realized that if he went around the line, around Brussels, through the Netherlands, and came in behind from the Germans, he could force a surrender, which is what happened. But again, it was a not a surrender of victory. It was a surrender of a hiatus. And so World War II is the continuation. But Versailles caused a destruction of the German cultural dynamic, and they went straight from the end of World War One into a form of depression that would happen um, 11 years later in the rest of the industrial world. And it was a dynamic of transnational forces banking. And you have to realize that the Dulles brothers were Wall Street lawyers, and they were the people who basically drew up Versailles. And they did it with the understanding of the new order that was to come. And they were thinking not just, 1918, 1920, they were thinking 2018, 2020, right? And so they placed economic, military, and industrial forces in such a way that it was inevitable that World War II would happen. And in that 20-year hiatus, different forces would be able to parry financial and industrial forces into a hegemony of a transnational state, the beginning of a transnational of globalism, right? And that was what the idea after Versailles was to have a world organization, a world government, and it was meant to fail, and that World War II would birth what we now have as a global hegemony. And in those 20 years, finances and economic power and industrial power and military power were marshaled and placed in a place so when war broke out, the inevitability of a first, it was a structured dynamic of other wars, one after another, right? After World War II, after the supreme effort of conquering nationalist socialism, which isn't what happened. End of World War II, again, the German people were bombed into the Stone Age, and felt the total futility of war. Yet the Nazis themselves, who wasn't just the National Socialists, they were a hegemony of esoteric and occult. There were many different sects of this cultish Aryan belief, right? And the Thule Society is the most evident, and there were other societies of that nature, and there were other entities that had been around, like Albert Pike's Illuminati was around before the French Revolution, right? And these entities came together after World War II as the Bilderbergs and other transnational groups like the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, and a number of others, Club of Rome. And World War II enabled both the Nazis and the Japanese to marshal the plundering of great amounts of money. And during World War II, the Germans built a technological superiority of at least 500 years past the dynamics of the United States and England. And what happened after that, the Vatican, through this thing called the Rat Line, spirited close to 1.5 million Nazis out of Eastern Europe and Germany, and basically sent them all around the world to places like the United States. We, in the United States, through Operation Paperclip, brought in close to 70,000 Nazis, and not just Werner von Braun, who was a nice Nazi, and he wasn't, And there was an orchestrated dynamic of constant, never-ending war. First, we had the Cold War, right? And that lasted about 40 years. And then we had nation-state wars, such as in 91, the war in Iraq. And then after 9/11, we had the war in Afghanistan, and then the war again in Iraq, and then Syria, Libya, et al. And we are going through that process right now. And what we are experiencing is that we were leaving, we're in a transition period. We're in a Venn diagram, right? And this Piscean age over here and the Aquarian age over here. Piscean age is getting what you want through violence, and Aquarian age is understanding what we need and facilitating it through love's co-creation. So here we are with this dynamic, right? And the Piscean age ended physically in 2012 with the end of the Mayan calendar. And the Aquarian age basically started back in 1886. And so there has been this Venn diagram, right? Of the ending of the Piscean age and the beginning of the Aquarian age. Now, the violence of the Piscean age was so violent for 16,000 years, it has an inertia. So that is what we're feeling now. Even though we are totally in the Aquarian age, we are, the people who are in power are people like Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and all the other et als that have been in power since basically the Civil War in the United States. And basically the Civil War was not a war about slavery. It wasn't even a war about, states' rights. And it wasn't even a war about means of production because, then in 1840, Mississippi made $4 billion in profit just in cotton in 1840 money, right? So that would be something to the order of $1 trillion today, right? And you've heard the term King Cotton, and so that's kind of where cotton was so powerful that it controlled Europe. The South controlled Europe. When the secession of the southern states of Dixie occurred, the South had so much money in the New York Stock Exchange. New York was going to succeed with the South because the South said, if you do not, we will take all our money out of the New York Stock Exchange. And it wasn't until the federal government, Lincoln, froze those assets that New York State didn't succeed, And so elements of history have never been really told. It's always been the big lie. And we are now living in the big lie, right? And here's something interesting to watch.
Hi, this is Dark Journalist. Today I have an exciting show for you on the roots of the breakaway civilization with Dr. Joseph Farrell. Now, Dr. Farrell is the author of the groundbreaking book, Covert Wars and Breakaway Civilizations. In it, he pulls back the veil on a secret group that has developed super advanced technology and covert space operations, all with an abundance of black budget money that has been carefully laundered through a shady network of international finance. Now, the roots of the breakaway civilization include a post-war Nazi international that had an early influence on NASA, the first UFO reports, and the coalescence of interests that combined to remove JFK from power some 50 years ago. We're in for a wild ride with this one. Here we go. Dr. Joseph Farrell, The Roots of the Breakaway Civilization.
We have slipped into a fascist police state snitch culture.
Yeah.
Where every aspect is monitored, reported. This would have been sort of a Hitlerian wet dream in terms of the expansion of state power. I feel like I've gone to sleep and woke up in another country.
Now, Joseph, I'd like to get your definition of what the breakaway civilization is, what it consists of. as you've laid it out in your series of books?
Well, the idea of a breakaway civilization, Daniel, it really originates with Richard Dolan, the ufologist.
Right.
He wrote a couple of what I think are just wonderful books called UFOs in the National Security State.
Mm-hmm.
And in one of those, he suggests that the formation of the National Security State was due in part, and as one of the principal reasons, because of the UFO phenomenon. And he proposes that if they were dealing with the phenomenon, they had to at some point have acquired a technological capacity that far exceeds the public civilization that you and I live in on a day-to-day basis. In other words, their capability probably vastly exceeds that. And he also made a second suggestion that this is all occurring in the context of the Cold War. So in other words, you've got Cold Warriors with a certain kind of mentality of looking at everything as a potential threat. So in other words, it's not just the communist bloc, but the UFO, and for good reason. They're not just making this up.
Right.
So I kind of started there and decided, all right, that's an intriguing idea, because if you are going to have a civilization like that, then the next thing you're going to have is, in a certain sense, a different kind of culture, a different process of policy making and decision taking and so on and so forth. So these books are really about the culture of that civilization and what they might be up to, why they might be up to it. And there's a final component that really preoccupied me in the Covert Wars and Breakaway Civilization book. And that is, if you're going to, let's put it in terms of a hypothetical. If you're going to have a technology that you are trying to emulate the performance of UFOs with, then it stands to reason that this is going to be, number one, a project that will endure over time, probably much longer than the Manhattan Project of World War II. We're looking at a project of conceivably several decades, beginning in the immediate post-World War II period. So the second thing it's going to require is not only a long-term commitment by this private group. In other words, you really could grow a separate culture, a separate civilization, a separate technology. But this is going to require, secondly, a vast and hidden system of finance. And by hidden, I mean entirely off the books, not just the black budget, not just discretionary funds, but something so totally black. And it's got to be huge. And in looking around for the basis for that, I've always come back to two different things, Daniel. And the first is that in the immediate post-war period on the European side of the fence, you had the formation, of course, of the Bilderberg Group.
Right.
But representing the Europeans, who did you have? You had Prince Bernhard. And, of course, he was a former Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
And I put quotation marks around former.
Right.
And the other thing that you have is the participation in those early Bilderberg meetings of one Hermann Josef Abs, who I think is a very significant figure because, of course, he's the CEO of Deutsche Bank. During the war, he was actually a banker in a bank in Berlin that was a handling bank for all the Reich government accounts. In other words, this was the guy paying Adolf Hitler's salary as chancellor.
Wow. Yeah.
So, this guy is a regular feature at these early Bilderberg meetings. And so I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, why then do we have such a prominence on the European side of these Nazis? And my speculative answer was that this coordination between the Western financial centers on one side and the Europeans represented by this presence of Nazis had to be for the coordination of all that Nazi loot and laundering it through Western banks. And most likely, and my scenario is, they kept a great deal of that off the books. In other words, this gave them a hidden reserve by which they could invest.
Well, that gives you a general idea of what we are facing. And we have right now this dynamic of a spiritual. See, the real deal to look at UFO. I mean, we whine about the pandemic, and we whine about the piddling sums of building our infrastructure and trying to give a little fairness of economics between the people. When nine white men have more wealth than 80% of the rest of the United States being the wealthiest country in the world, there's something not quite right with that, right? And we are being forced into a slave state, right? We already are there. And it's going deeper and deeper every day. And that is because, as I was explaining earlier, this Venn diagram of the Piscean age on one side and the Aquarian age on the other, one about being about ego and force and violence, and the other about empathy and understanding, and realizing that one's life is not about oneself, it's about the we in me, right? And not a kind of tribal we, but everybody, all our relations, not just Homo sapiens sapiens, but every furred, every skinned, every scaled, every feathered, every biologic and unbiologic consciousness on this planet. And people go, well, the only conscious, only humans are, we're not the superior race. You have to realize that. And we are just new on the block. You have to realize that there were other things here before us. Where did George Lucas get the idea for Star Wars? He got it from Joseph Campbell, who was one of the greatest understanders of mythology and where things came from. And he understood that there were other species and other cultures that came way before us, like millions of years, that there have been intelligence. Atlantis, Lemuria are just, the edge of that. And Edgar Cayce said that those things were returning, and they are. When you go out to, the Bermuda Triangle, there are, under the sea, there are archaeologic treasures. And one of the reasons we had the issues with Cuba was, you have to realize Fidel Castro, he went to school at NYU, as to be a lawyer. He was placed there by this hegemony of the breakaway civilization to create a distraction of, having a communist state just off the shores of Florida, and that they had a revolution, and all the gangsters, that Batista were, backing, were forced into Miami, and thus allowing Florida have a political, foothold to manipulate and to give a example to the rest of the states to have a legislature. We have the best legislature money can buy. And with the, disclosures of Jeffrey Epstein and his, Lolita Express, it's pretty obvious. And Jeffrey wasn't the only one. And where did Jeffrey become a millionaire? He came out of nowhere to become a billionaire, and that came out of the banking entity that he worked for. And those people wanted an entity that could blackmail people, right? So between buying off every legislature, all the way from president down to dog catcher, and then blackmailing them all, you can control the legislature pretty good. Ergo, we have been stuck with being in a fossil-fueled economy, where Nikola Tesla developed free zero-point electricity and wireless transmission of electricity in the 1880s, and here we are, still burning coal, and the only reason we had fission and fusion reactors to make electricity, a uranium reactor burns around 3,000 degrees when it is cooled properly. When it, like Fukushima, they just blow up. And they don't blow up nuclear. They basically have, what happens is the water, that's the coolant. If that isn't being flushed by a great deal over that core every second, it overheats and it gets so hot, it flashes the water into its component parts, hydrogen and oxygen. And Fukushima blew up because that's what happened. The building got filled with hydrogen, oxygen, one little spark, ba-boom. So it was a chemical explosion, but that chemical explosion blasted radiological materials all over the place, right? Now, why did we have that kind of reactor where all we needed, as the time we created uranium reactors, we also had thorium reactors, which is basically purified seawater, right? Uranium is a limited resource. It's expensive to find and to mine and to resource and to fuel, right? Why did we pick uranium over something that is like as large as seawater? Well, because we can make weapons grade uranium from commercial reactors. And with the Price-Anderson Act, that's exactly what we did. The Congress and Senate passed the Price-Anderson Act, guaranteeing 16 times profit for the utility and banks, and giving them, if the plant blows up in the United States, the bank or utility is only responsible for $500 million worth of insurance, which is paid for by the taxpayer. So the bank and or utility is not held responsible legally whatsoever, right? And you will see all through America's history, especially since the Civil War, especially since 1871, when basically the Constitution was gotten rid of, and we were turned into a corporate state. If you drive around the United States and you go into a little town or a big city, you will say, "Welcome to New York City, incorporated city. Welcome to, Buttbuck, Idaho, incorporated county." Every city, county, state, federal government is incorporated. And our legal system, we have two flags. We have the Stars and Stripes, and then we have the Stars and Stripes with a gold fringe around it. And that represents admiralty law. And that is what all property is run by now, right? And why Richard Nixon? Why did Watergate happened? He was going to win. He didn't have to bug it. And why 7 guys went into that office when really only one person would be needed to put devices in, right? Why? Because why? When the oil embargo occurred in the early 70s, what occurred was, it wasn't the Arabs turning off the oil. They don't even own their own oil, OPEC is run by a Anglo-European entity. And what it was changing, because of all of this capital that had been going off the planet into a breakaway civilization, as Joseph P. Farrell was describing quite nicely, they had to rearrange the economy. So what happened was, all the gold left the United States, and why the dollar is still the international money currency reserve, is that good old Mr. International basically re-amortized the United States through the productivity of its people and its resources. And what's truly interesting, as we offshored all the jobs, with NAFTA et al., and sending everything to China, America's productivity still went up, because we automated to the max everything, right? And turned all the jobs into service jobs, not manufacturing jobs. And so our productivity per investment dollar went through the roof because instead of it being backed by gold, it was being backed by human beings and their productivity and the productivity and resources of the United States. And the United States has, after World War II, the United States took over an amazing amount of real estate in the Pacific. Right, we have more real estate via the islands and like America Samoa and thousands of other things of that nature that have real interesting assets, and also water rights and things that are underneath the sea. And that's why everything was amortized by those resources, right? Now, all this stuff is pretty much, you can see it. If you go to, Catherine Austin Fitts writes about it. There's another guy, I forget his name, but he's really, if you were to say Admiralty Law, this guy's name would come up, and he's got a ton of stuff on YouTube that explains it all way better than I do. And that's kind of why I show you things on my little phone that give you a heads up on what it's all about. Now, everyone is all upset about, cancel culture or, religious things, and those are all distractions, the Muslim people are not our enemy, and we're constantly, we spend close to $3 trillion with a T dollars on defense each year in the United States. We spent over $70 trillion between 2001 and 2014. 70 trillion. And I mean, just imagine if we had spent 70 trillion on, the needs of the American citizen, of their education needs, of their housing needs, of their medical needs, of their dietary needs, of their environmental needs, but we didn't. We spent it on weapons. And the biggest thing we give in foreign aid is weapons. And those weapons, fuel wars all around the world. And when, our aircraft, we give, F-35s and F-16s and F-15s, and we give cluster bombs and, and we give helicopters with snake eye, that blow up things. We have drones everywhere, that fire Hellfire missiles. And we have that all over Africa and North Africa, Yemen and Somalia, and you name it. We are killing people, and millions of people. And those people, they're like, you look at Syria, it's like hell on earth. You don't have to go to hell to find hell. It's right here on earth. And we are in a time where if you cannot rise above this, if you cannot love your brother, if you cannot love your neighbor, if you cannot love yourself, we are going to be in a hell on earth for an awful long time. But those who can rise to serve love's co-creation in every day and every way will be enabled to ascend. Right. And, the born again Christians, oh, yeah, I'm born again Christian. And, I can, all I have to do is be born again every weekend after I do something really terrible. I go get baptized and born again and I'm going to heaven. Heaven is not a transactional thing. You can't buy your way into heaven. Sorry. You have to live your life, live it in love's co-creation. And now we are not expected to be perfect because we aren't. But we can do our best in every day and every way, And yes, you can make every day I'm a moron 40% of the time. The other 60, I'm trying to do I'm not trying. I am doing my best. It's not perfect, but I am doing my best. getting better and better. And that's what we're here to do, right? And so my whole life has been this amazing dance through experience. And from early on, because I've known death my whole life. I mean, I died when I was born, died when I was 10. I died when I was 16. I died when I was 21. I died when I was 38. And I died also when I was 27 or 8. I fell out of a third-story window. And I was heading towards the ground. And where I was going to land, I went, I was on top of a scaffolding. Some moron drove a forklift into it, and and they had taken all these big windows out of this building, and I went right through the hole where there used to, if there had been a glass window there, I would at least, yes, I would have been cut up. I might have gone through it, but I went through the empty hole, and I was so far up that everyone got to look out the window and see me tumble to the ground, right? And as I was tumbling, I would see the sky, and then I'd see the brick wall, and then I'd see the people, and then I'd see the 2 dumpsters I was heading for. And one dumpster was a big, 40-yard dumpster, and was full of broken up cinder blocks, right? And the other dumpster was full of big black plastic garbage bags full of fiberglass insulation. If I went into the dumpster with the cinder blocks, I would be dead. If I hit the metal walls of the 2 containers, that was like right in the middle of my path, I'd be dead. But if I made it into the dumpster full of black plastic garbage bags with fiberglass in it, I might have a chance of survival. And that's the one I went into. Yes, I scratched for an awful long time, but I at least survived. And I've had I drove off a cliff in New Mexico, 1,200-foot cliff. And, car went, I was like Wile E. Coyote, heading towards the bottom of the ravine, right? And luckily, we were heading straight towards it. And there was an outcropping, and our vehicle, we were in a Ford Econoline van, and we just stopped right there. And my dog, Frank, was going nuts. He didn't sign up for that. And he was bouncing all over the inside of that thing, and it caused us to tip over and bounce down the rest of the cliff, right? Now, if we hadn't hit that out, we would have been... right, but we hit that cliff, and then instead of we kind of, and tumble. And when we came to an end at the bottom in the ravine, I was sitting in, and I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Ford Econoline 1968. The seats were these bucket seats that were welded on top of a metal frame that was welded onto the floor of the Econoline itself. And when I finally came to rest, and the seatbelt was attached to the seat, not to the Econoline, so it held me in the seat as we tumbled. And when I finally came to rest at the bottom of the ravine, there was nothing left of the Econoline. And, it's like a big path of destruction behind. And I was sitting on the ground in that bucket seat on that metal box, and still strapped in the seat, and I had the steering wheel in my hand. Nothing left of the vehicle. That was it. And my friend whose van it was up in a tree. We both survived, right? And I had many, 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 many experiences of that nature. And I learned from each one not to do that again. And so my whole life, I have not, there isn't an experience that I wish I didn't go through, because I learned, and I have these 3 laws that I live by. A, doctor, do no harm. B, do not get involved unless you have a workable exit strategy for the situation at hand, and you're going in to save and extract the innocents, not the guilty, the innocents. Get them out of harm's way. That's B. C, do not get involved unless you can learn something positive on how to be better and better. Those are my 3 rules of engagement, right? And that's what and no one had, very few people. I mean, I was a shrink, I have a master's in social work. I got more degrees than most thermometers, right? And I got them because for 30 years, I got paid to be an itinerant scholar, go around and look at things for people and try to understand them as a shamanic, psychosocial, cultural, forensic, anthropologic alchemist, So being a shaman, I don't call, I view things through a shamanic frame, right? Worldview, right? And what is a shamanic frame? That is, everything is interconnected. We are all our relations, right? And then psycho. What is psycho? To understand one's psychology. And the psychology is the perception, the limited perception of our ego-driven senses, right? That's psychology, right? And to understand one's psychology, you've got to understand the social orientation, what's your job, what's your gender, what's your sexual preference, what's, those kind of, what you like to wear, what's your hobby, those are orientations, right? Then, and they're social orientations, and they're derivatives of all of your society around you. Those orientations are manifested through your experience of what's around you, what school you went to, what you learned at school, what programming you were given, nature or nurture, right? And then cultural. What's cultural? That's like where grandma came from. So what you brought from the old country, what holidays you celebrate, what you eat, things of that nature. That's what music culturally, that's culture, right? So psychosocial, cultural, forensic. That means you take everything apart to their different parts, to their different threads, right? You look at every thread of the piece of material of life, right? And the pastiche, right? And then you anthropological. And what is anthropology? It was a discipline developed by white men to prove that white men were superior over everybody else, right? And they had certain, they were looking at everything in a certain way. And once they started doing that, the more honest scholars, not the scholastics, but the scholars. Scholastics are driven by the need to succeed by being tenured or being funded. And that's why science today is a harlot, right? Because it's not about truth, it's about funding, right? So we have that, and then, what is alchemy? Alchemy is the turning of base metals into gold. And the base metal is us, this bag of water that my body is. This is not me. This body here is not me, right? This is just my avatar, so I can experience all of that, psychosocial, cultural, forensic, anthropologic. My avatar gives me the platform to experience that, right? But my avatar is not me, right? And my soul is not even me, right? My soul is the server in my Akashic record, and so the base metal is, liquid bound. My body is mostly 90% or more water in a bag, and the other things in it are these trace metals, iron and zinc and a number of others, and they are my body is animated through the prana, the life force of the great creator. Love's co-creation. Love is the prana that shines through me, through my breath. The breath of life, right? And when I expel, I am expelling the waste product, right? And the trees turn the waste product back into oxygen, right? That's the circle of life. At least an easy one to see. And all the animals do the same thing, right? And so in that process of breathing in the prana, the life force, Father Sky, and then being grounded in our chi, which is Mother Earth. That's our chi. And that creates the circuit. And this body here, this avatar, is a electrochemical device. It's run on electricity. And from when I was about 6 months old, I crawled over to an electric socket with a knife and stuck it in there and was getting a woo, woo. Because I was an infant, I wasn't really grounded. So I was just getting the barrier charge of that current, right? And I got to learn how to talk to electricity, how to understand it, and my base understanding of the universe is electrical. So I can see auras and feel other things. Now, I was beaten near to death by a nun in first grade, which enabled me, by that, she broke my jaw, so I couldn't speak. I had to listen. She broke this ear, so I could only hear certain frequencies out of that. And I hear there's a thing called tinnitus. It's a kind of auditory, I don't know what you call it, dysfunction or malfunction, but anyway, it's not, that ear doesn't hear like this ear does, right? And because I'm hearing two different things. This ear hears certain frequencies, this one doesn't hear those frequencies. Now, luckily for me, that this ear doesn't hear in a way that, it's this other thing I'm hearing is always there, always. When I'm awake or asleep, it's always there. When I'm going to sleep, it's still there. But it's of a certain frequency that it's not annoying. And I've had it since first grade, so I'm used to it. And so but it allows me to hear certain things that no one else hears. Like young people today can hear certain things at certain frequencies that people over 30 can't hear. Well, this ear hears things. I can hear people talking from half a mile away with this ear. Not this one, but because they do two different things, I have a Doppler effect that's better than radar, right? And so I can hear, with this ear, I can hear like bats flapping their wings at night. I can hear birds sing really far away. I hear animals going through the forest. And most humans can't really hear that. Other animals hear that. So this ear hears like other animals hear. Broken jaw, so I couldn't speak. My esophagus crushed by the nun, so I could barely breathe, right? And so I had to learn how to breathe as Tibetan monks breathe, right? I was taught that by a number of priests in the what order were they from? Starts with an M. It'll pop into my mind. Anyway, so I stayed with them, when my mouth was still wired shut, and I was still pretty physically enabled, and this orbit was broken. So this eye sees whole different frequencies that this eye does because my eye has been squished. So the lens and everything this eye sees auras. This eye sees, on my peripheral vision, I see the edges of other dimensions. So from, how old are you in first grade? 7, 8 years old. From that age, I'm able to see people's auras, and I can see their tells, and I can see their emotions. Most people can't see any of that. Oh, the name of those priests, that order just was right on the edge. It'll pop in there. Starts with an M. and they were scholars. They weren't. They were looking always for the truth. That's when early on I learned about that the great maker is not some old guy sitting on a cloud, right? Crapping on everyone. And if you were to read the Old Testament or the Torah in the Hebrew scrolls, you would think God was this old guy just crapping on everybody. And it's not that. Back in the Testament of Moses, he escapes from once the Pharaoh loved him dearly, more than his son, as the movie, Charleston Heston playing Moses, and the Pharaoh's son was Yul Brynner, and they were like brothers, but not really. And when Moses was outed as a Hebrew, and like the Hebrews weren't slaves, they were middle management, right? So they weren't, being whipped or anything. They weren't like, pushing the 18 zillion pound blocks up trees to make the pyramids. And the pyramids were not made that way. And they weren't made by the Egyptians either. They were made by a culture 1,000 years before. It's pretty obvious because the Sphinx, which was made about that time, right around the edge of the Sphinx, it shows water wearing away the foundation and the bases of Sphinx. And they can't go lower than a certain thing because the basement of the Sphinx there is a force field around it where they can't get, no matter what they try to dig in, to smash through, to drill through, they can't get in there because in the basement underneath the Sphinx is all the hidden scrolls of what really went on. And they know this because all throughout the Valley of the Kings, they have unearthed great archaeological digs, which they don't really talk about, right? And why did we go to war in 1991? Why did Georgie Porgy H. Go in there? And did you know that George H. Walker Bush, Daddy Bush, or Poppy as he was called, because he was one of the largest heroin dealers on the planet. That's why his name was Poppy. He was, that children's book, Curious George, right? The little tricky monkey. Well, George H. didn't come from Prescott Bush's sack. He came from a Russian spy who was Nikola Tesla's assistant in the 1880s and 90s, early O's, right? And in their lab in the Mohawk Electric Building on Hudson and Duane Street in New York City, little Georgie would bounce all over the lab and steal things. Now, if his father stole it, it would have been obvious. But as a little boy who was just this cheeky little monkey, and that was George H., the cheeky little monkey, Poppy Bush. And good old, and why? So the Russian got, either murdered or thrown out by Mr. Westinghouse or Mr. J.P. Morgan, either one, I'm not quite sure which. And so the little cheeky monkey was adopted by Prescott Bush, right? And groomed to be the spy sociopath that he was, and to, birth other sociopaths like Georgie W. and his brother, the governor of the state of Florida. So all of these things are just one big soap opera, and don't believe a word I say. This is just an entertaining little story for you guys out there. And so anybody, I've been now almost an hour here. It's 54 minutes and 44 seconds, 9 p.m. on the dot. And any of you got any questions? Because I've just been strolling along through all of this to set up the generalistic story. of what's important in these next few weeks before things really change in a very strange way. Hey there, Tool. Good to see you, Mr. Tradesman. Love the stories, and I love you. So, Mr. Tool or Miss Tool, a tool tradesman, when I had my electric business in New York, and parts of it, I came, my electric mentor, Grandpa Stoll, he was Nikola Tesla's um, uh, first bench electrician. Tesla would go into state and see all these great inventions. He'd come out, he'd draw a working drawing, give it to Grandpa Stoll, and Grandpa Stoll would fabricate them along with what was his buddy's name? Zelf, Ellen Zelf, a good German lad. Ellen Zelf could manufacture anything. He could cut anything on a lathe. He was quite the fabricator. And Grandpa Stoll was the electric mind of it, and Ellen Zelf was the mechanical. And those two guys were my mentors. Zelf, go see if Google has, or Wikipedia, Zelf had this great, in Soho, he had a shop in there. And as he got older and older and older, he didn't close his business. He couldn't see or do anything. And he had a girlfriend. He was about 90 years old, and he had a girlfriend who was about 70, and she was Chickadee. And he had hair implants that were red. It was like he put red polyester and super glued it to his head for red hair. And Chickadee was even pretty attractive at 70 years old. So they were always a thing. And so he was always stupping her. That's what he called it, stupping. So, I would come into the shop, Zelf, where are you? And I'd hear him in the back, I'm stupping Chickadee. Anyway, he stopped fabricating things because he couldn't see and he couldn't get any help. So what he did, he had the most amazing shop, all these devices that he and Grandpa Stoll invented and manufactured to make things, right? Presses and lathes and you name it. He had some real, and things that made amazing jigs. And all of this technology is lost. No one does this anymore. And, it had to be replaced by a 3D printer. Anyway, so when I was coming up, he would rent, you would get like space, and he owned a building on Worcester Street, and two of the floors had shops in them. And he didn't fabricate things anymore, but he would rent it out to guys like me. And there were about 40 of us, and half of us had come to him through Cooper Union. And we were all from this school. Cooper Union was an amazing school. Go Google Cooper Union. It started before the Civil War. And this guy, Cooper, invented some little gizmo that made steam engines, the engine of industry. And Union was his wife, English landscape painter, and her paintings sold for a lot, and his little gizmos sold for a lot. So they had a lot of money, and they bought a lot of real estate in New York, and then it became valuable after the Civil War. And they started, before the Civil War, they started this university called Cooper Union that was an architect school, an art school, and an engineering school. And it mostly was there as a community for them. And so they could be mentors to young people of creativity. And you had to be really creative, smart, and they paid for everything else. You didn't have to pay for school. They didn't want just rich people going to school. They wanted the best, smartest, most interesting students. And other people would suggest you to go there. You couldn't apply really. You had to be it's kind of like the military academies, but this was for creativity. That's Cooper Union. And you had to be 21. You had to be mature. And Grandpa Stoll walked me in there when I was 16 and said to the president of school, he needs to go to electrical engineering school. Now, I had learned already electrical engineering from Grandpa Stoll, who invented it. He was the first human being in the new world who had a master electrician's license. He started the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, right, with this other guy. And so, to use a euphemism, Grandpa Stoll was really connected. And so he was my mentor, right? I was his grandson because I was his son's son because his son had 5 daughters, no boys. And my mom walked me in there because I kept blowing things up in their apartment on Park Avenue, and she couldn't take it anymore. She just walked me down 3rd Avenue till we came to an electric shop. We walked in, and their major shop was down on Duane Street, right? They owned a bunch of buildings on Duane Street. But Mike had a building on 3rd Avenue in the 50s because he was building, he was the master electrician of like the Seagram's building and a number of other skyscrapers in that part of New York, he built things mostly on 3rd Avenue, about 20 buildings on 3rd Avenue in the 60s and 70s. And so instead of having the shop, so they had 2 shops. They had Grandpa's shop downtown and Mike's shop in Midtown where they were building. He had a big union shop, 50 guys. And I was his, son, And from 9 years on, I really had nothing to do with my family. And, what I first did was I went, Mike took me downtown. He goes, so this is my father. He's Grandpa. I'm Mike. And you're going to you're going to be the, apprentice to Mike. And what better person to be my master than the man who was the first master electrician in New York, in the United States. He manufactured, he fabricated every one of Nikola Tesla's devices. So Grandpa Stoll worked on things like the Philadelphia experiment, right? He worked on Wardenclyffe's. I mean, he worked on some of the most, he worked at Brookhaven National Laboratories before it was a national laboratory. It was like the Rad Lab, It was a really rich guy, was really interested in physics, and, I'm a robot maintenance engineer. Oh, that's my title. I fix all their robots. Yep, pretty much. I fixed 19th century machines, because no one else did. And Grandpa Stoll was the last guy to do. He built all these things, like right next to NYU, right on Washington Square. There was a lot, and instead of just parking 20 cars in that lot, they built a 7-story erector set. And Otis built this thing. It's the only thing they ever built. And you drove in, the guy, you got a ticket for your car, and he put it on the elevator, pushed the button, and it would lift it up and move it this way or that way and stick it into a slot. So instead of like having 20 cars be parked in that lot, they could park 300 cars because this machine would stick it right in there, just like your robots. It was a robot. It picked your car up like an elevator, put it in a slot, stuck it in there, so they could really stick them all in there. And on top, and this was owned by mobsters, and on top was a roller rink and a bowling alley, right? And a bar and a big grill and a bocce court, right? And the mobs, that was because NYU was right between the 2 different Little Italies. There was a Little Italy on Mott Street on the Lower East Side, and then there was the Little Italy on McDougal Street on the West Side, right? And Mike Finelli had all of Spring Street, the street between the 2, right? And I worked, one of the people that Grandpa early on introduced me to was Mike Finelli. And Mike Finelli was a mobster. He didn't do prostitution or numbers or protection or drugs or alcohol. What he did was he controlled tablecloths, napkins, and he had a bakery that made these amazing rolls that every fancy restaurant had. And his partner was Mr. Gottlieb of Hotel Bar and Butter. And they invented the pad of butter. And the pad of butter was, so you went to the really like the Oak Room in the, Waldorf Astoria or the other place, the other real fancy hotel on the park. And they had these rolls that were like this big. And it was like a French baguette, but it was a roll. And you would get a basket of like 8, 9 rolls, and you get a plate of maybe 10 pads of butter. And if you cracked, and they had a special heater that they put, they baked these rolls at the bakery, and then they would bring them over to the hotel and have them in trays in the refrigerator, and they were already baked. But when dinner came, they had these ovens in the dining room where they would put the trays in, and it would heat up these rolls and make the outside crusty like a French baguette, right? And so inside was gooey and white and yummy. And the pad of butter, so you got a roll, you cracked it open, you uncovered the pad of butter, and you stuck, and it was designed so you wouldn't touch the butter, but you would unfold it, and then you would push it in there, and you could take the wrapper out and then close the roll and then eat it, and it was like heaven, right? So Mike Finelli, if you wanted that roll, you had to go through him. If you wanted a tablecloth, you had to go through him. If you wanted napkins, you had to go through him. And if you had a bar and you had beer, he didn't control the beer. He didn't control anything except the tap. And if you wanted the tap for you had to go. So he controlled tablecloths, napkins, beer taps, and those rolls. And he made more money than any of the other guys. And he didn't have to beat up anyone. He didn't have to shoot anybody, but he was the United Nations, the diplomat of the mobsters. Everyone owed him a favor. And I was his electrician because he had a bunch of restaurants, and they were old, and things were always breaking down. And Mr. Hotel Bar, the first thing I started fixing up for him was Mr. Hotel Bar and Butters. They had these gigantic industrial refrigerators on Duane Street. And Duane and Chambers had been the egg and butter district. And it just was ending up being that when I showed up. But they still had the big refrigerators for those pads of butter. And their refrigerators were not done by Freon, but by ammonia. And man, you had to be really careful with that, because made one wrong move and that gas got out, you're dead. You might even wipe out a whole neighborhood. And so I learned how to deal with those. So I, from age 9 to 16, all I did was work on exotic 19th century machines, like that Frankenstein monster that parked cars, which is just like Mr. Toole here. Let's see, I'm Italian, so I would have had too many of those rolls. I ate my share. They were unbelievable. The best of the best, right? But I had a pretty high metabolism, and I didn't drive around a truck. I walked all over New York City carrying 70 pounds of tools on my shoulder. And the thing about being an electrician, you need certain tools, but that's about it. It's the least amount of tools, and my specialty was fixing things, making things work, right? And that's what I did. Mike's boys, the union guys, they were the guys who, put in the gigantic pipes and pulled the wires. And my specialty was termination, putting everything together so it worked, right? And so I was in the union, and I would go on union jobs, but just there to terminate. I did not, run the pipe. And I ran miles of pipe, and I, smashed my way through brick walls, but that really wasn't my specialty. I mean, I would do all those things, and I was put on crews to do them, so I would learn how to do them, because as an electrician, you have to do all those things. But my specialty was termination and fixing things, making it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? No one knows. I would go figure it out why, right? And I'm still good at that. And that's how I got into disco, and that my discos came out. I was working in theaters. I was the master electrician at Carnegie Hall. I was a master electrician at Vivian Beaumont Theater. I was Lester Polikoff's best boy. The best boy works for a designer, and he does all the work. The designer designs it, and the best boy deals with the producer, deals with the director, deals with all the different crew chiefs, and in the dynamics of lighting and wiring, right? And that's what I did. And we would, put these shows in these ancient Broadway theaters that were like wired in the 1920s, And so I rewired many, many, many theaters in Broadway. And so I knew a lot of producers. I got to know George and George, who are the biggest, they are the best architects and engineers and builders of modern theaters. So all of Disney, they built. All those animatronic things, they built. The Circus Soleil, they built their thing in Las Vegas. They built all the theaters in Las Vegas. They built theaters around the world, and I was their electrician. So and I was the master electrician when I was 16 at the Fillmore East. So that's why I was the dude, right? So all these discos were built by people who never built anything like that. And so, yes, they would do it by the architect's design, but the architect didn't know what they were doing either. So when all the pipe was pulled and all the wires were done and everything, and still it didn't work, they would call me. I would figure out how to do it. And then after that, this is when, in the 1960s and 70s, New York still is a very corrupt place. So the inspectors would come in. So here are these like nightclubs like Studio 54, Regimes, Danceteria, Mud Club. I mean, Danceteria was an old 19th century, one of the first department stores. It was 6 floors high and had these like 19th century Otis elevators. And each floor at Danceteria, it was like the cafeteria or the automat. Was it, like on one floor, it would be disco music. Another floor, it would be, grunge music. Another floor, it would be punk music. Another floor, it would be jazz. Another floor, hip hop. And you would take the elevators up and down. And we built 4 actually, 2 on each side of the building. Cinder block structures with, poured concrete steps that were like, 12 foot wide. So hundreds of people could come down either one of these staircases and escape. And they had ventilation. So even if it was a smoky fire, people would get through, and we had ventilation, right at the doorway to go into those fire, stairwells, blowing the smoke out. It was a negative, so it wasn't sucking the smoke in, but whatever smoke may have got in would be sucked out the top. So my job, once I, was about it for 10 years, I would go from about 8 to 20 different discos a night, and would go in starting around 4 p.m. I would come in and I would inspect all the things. And just like in elevators, they have this little slip of paper that shows the date and time and who inspected the elevator. So elevators are pretty dangerous. So it would give the, insurance guys confidence that the thing ain't going to kill anybody. Well, I would go and I had these very official looking kind of things at the front door with my license number on it and, the seal of the city of New York on it. And I would go in there and I had a little key to slip the thing out. So only, not anybody. And I would date it and sign it. And if I had did that for a week, it would be hard for the corrupt inspectors to say, "Oh, I'm going to close you down," and then you go like, "Well, but if you give me $1,000 right now," because all of these clubs would make 20 to 40 grand a night, and being closed one night, and if it's closed and they have to go through the whole process of getting inspected, blah blah, it could take a week. So of course they would give the inspector $1,000, right? But if I went in there and signed this little thing saying that I inspected it on this date, It'd be really hard for them to give, the guy would say, sure, give me a thing and I'm going to sue your ass and you're going to, so they wouldn't do it. So I would get $100 every place I went in and signed it and would look at it. And if something was wrong, the light and that exit light, I would fix it. So from 4 until around 10 o'clock, I would make my rounds and I would go in there and, get and there people be waiting on the velvet roped lines and they're all like dressed up to the T's or in a costume or whatever. And I would just walk in looking like me. And I'd walk, by the, hey, Al, how you doing? I just walk in. How can he walk in? And the answer always was, well, he's the dude, man. Right? So, the great Lebowski, I think they got that term from me because between the ages of 16 and 28, I was known as the dude. I've had a lot of nicknames. I used to have these wild and crazy potluck dinners with Allen Ginsberg when we were roommates on 9th Street. And so people would come down from the east side, and if they came down 3rd Avenue or 2nd Avenue, there were 4 or 5 really good cheesecake stores. And then along 16th Street, if they walked over towards the east side of where our place was on 9th and B, there were a number of other, and then down Avenue B near the park there were some really great Polish bakeries. So there were about 12 bakeries and cheesecake places they could stop and get some. So every Saturday, we'd have these Friday night potluck dinners and all the intelligentsia and artistic everything, would be there. And we'd have great times and people reading poetry and playing music and dancing. And, I had a really good sound system, being the disco king. We get some pretty good. And I also wired Blue Rock Studios, Electric Ladyland, which was Jimi Hendrix's recording studio, and Sun Dragon that was in Tin Pan Alley neck of the woods, and R&R recording studios, and Lawrence. What's Lawrence's last name? He was the father. He started CBGB's. He was the father of punk music, and he was at A&R, and he, he was a guy who said, "This is a new music form. This is going to be great." And no one understood it, but Louis Tropia, that's it, Louis Tropia, and so. So these are all the people I knew. This is why I was a dude. This is what I did, and everything I did was electric. Even when I was an artist, a well-produced, well-sold. I had pieces in the Whitney Annual, and they were all electric. And there were guys who took up the things I did who became really famous at it because that was just something. I had the access to do it. It was fun to do. And all my friends were artists, so I was artists like them. I was one of the first people in Soho. I helped start collaborative artist projects that did Potato Wolf on cable TV. And, I was one of the people who helped start PS1 and BAM and Franklin Furnace, the Knitting Factory, the Kitchen, and the Ear Inn on Spring Street. Now, it's not like I started it, but I was like, the guy who made it flow, who always, whoever had a really good idea, I was their muse or their, hey, we can do this. Come on, you're great. You can do it. It's, that was always my job. And that still is what my job for you guys out there. I'm here to be your cheerleader. And if you want to know, like Mr. Tool or Miss Tool, if you want to get a hold of me, it's the dudeawake 42 at Gmail. The dudeawake 42 at Gmail. And if you want to send me something at PayPal, and they ask for the email address, and that's it. The Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. Now, someone tried to send me something, and they said, oh, blah, 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 it didn't work somehow. And I think they tried to send money to my email, but you got to do it through PayPal. So, let's see. Yeah, mail delivery subsystem, blah, 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 didn't work, blah, blah. And like I said, notification, I think they tried to send it not through PayPal, but through just to me, and that didn't work. But the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail, that's it. The Dude Awake. See, it's awake, not awakes, right? Because if we go back to my address, see, it says your message wasn't delivered to the Dude Awakes. It isn't awakes, it's awake. The Dude Awake 42 at Gmail, right? I don't know how she sent it that. Well, maybe it is Dude Awakes because it says, anyway, who knows? And that was sweet Jane M. sent me that. And somehow it seems to work. I do get things from PayPal, and I'll have to look that up. See, I don't know whether it's the Dude Awake or the Dude Awakes. I always thought it was the Dude Awake at the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. I'm not quite sure. So, yeah, who knows? See, I'm not really good with any of this. Great electrician, but the World Wide Web, not so much. And I knew people who invented it. So I hung out with them, One of my best loves was a Christine Barton, the smartest human I know, right? And she has like 6 PhDs. And, she was getting her PhD in computer science at Stanford. And her PhD thesis was the algorithm. You go see Pixar movies, and their logo is that lamp that moves around and articulates 3-dimensionally in a 2-dimension space, right? Well, she wrote that algorithm. And virtually all computer animation today is based on that algorithm. And Stanford said, oh, well, you were a student here at Stanford. We own that algorithm. Sorry. And that's what happens to women all the time. Some of the greatest people in my life have been women. A handful of men, but mostly women, right? And I find that happens to them all the time. The only woman in my life who was truly, well, there were 2. My second wife, who was a force of nature, and she was this beautiful, what do you call those guys? She was a fairy, right? With little wings, but she was like 5 foot, 6, 7, but amazingly gorgeous. And the only person she never, I don't want to say she was cruel, but everyone was scared of her, to their bones. Me, I just adored her and did everything for her, and I never needed to be asked. I just knew what she wanted and did it, and that's why she loved me, right? Now, there were plenty of things that I did that could, irk her, but she knew that I didn't do it was just, that was me. And conversely, those things that may irk her at this moment, she adored at that moment. So she kind of measured everything. It's this guy always takes care of me, always takes care of business, never have to worry about anything he does. Yes, he can be just because his aesthetic is a little different from mine. I mean, she was, the Leonardo da Vinci of fashion, right? And she was a Roman, Italian. Just her father was the Albert Einstein of diamond cutter. She was a princess until her father, he cut the Hope diamond. It had a curse. He didn't die immediately, but he went from being the top of the pile to like dying of alcohol in the gutter. And she at 17 was left with no one. Both her parents died. There was no one in America for her. She lost her rent-controlled apartment because she was 17 and her parents died, and so they took it away from her, so she was on the street, and all she had was her Catholic school uniforms. And she, instead of going, oh, or turning tricks on the street, what she did was she marched down 6th Street to where the Hells Angels had their building and went in, and they had this shop of like leather, like jackets and bags for motorcycles and everything leather you need as a Hells Angel guy. And she goes, I want to learn how to sew leather. I want a job with you guys. And they were like, huh, huh, huh. And when they tried to like hit on her, she just beat the crap out of them. Right. So she's scared. Hey, there's MJ. So, so the two people who were women who I knew who weren't taken advantage in some way was my second wife and the old crone. Only two. Now, I knew other women who were strong, but at some point, until they got strong enough to take care of themselves and, not be taken, they had the enough experience under their belt where they wouldn't let themselves be taken advantage of. I mean, and Christine was one of them. Once she had that, she kind of learned every time until, she met me. She was working at NBC. She did everything. She built a digital platform that General Electric uses to today. They paid her a lot, but not what it was worth. And she was working at NBC at Rockville Center, 30 Rock. And I would go see her, and she'd have to come down and get me through security. And it cost, GE like, $5,000 every day. Every minute she stepped away from her keyboard. And so her boss, Tom Alfieri, who ran news for NBC, said, I want to hire you as Christine's boyfriend. I said, no. I said, just give me an idea. Well, you got to be our employee. I said, no, just give me, So after it cost them so much money, they said, okay, we're just going to give you an ID, which allowed me to go anywhere in GE I wanted to go. It was quite nice. And I did that. And at first they kind of freaked out. But once I started doing that and I started, being me in all their different elements, not just NBC, but, all the other GE things that were nearby, the head of, Diamond or whatever that guy's name was, the CEO, we went to a Christmas party and he said, oh, you're Christine's boyfriend and you are our guru. I said, guru? I said, yeah, you keep showing up in places and talking to people, giving them ideas. And I got a bonus at Christmas. I got a bonus check and I wasn't even working for him. So that's how my life rolls. So you have a number of you have sent money through PayPal. That's where you go. PayPal, the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. And you can, go on email and get a hold of me and we can hold a conference that isn't, connected. So MJ, did you send me that email address saying you tried to send me money and you couldn't do it, or was that somebody else, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, want to get a hold of me, the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's not the Dude Awakes 42 at Gmail. I'm not quite sure. I'll have to do my homework on that, see what it is. I would hit the little PayPal thing up there and see what it is, but I have no idea how to get back to this portal. Wow. So tonight's conversation is, I started out in the beginning with this, and maybe we'll see what else. So someone sent it. Was it you, MJ, that sent me this Terence McKenna video? And I played it, and it was quite interesting. What I liked most about it, it looked like it was made in the 70s or 80s. And let's see. Yes, that's it. Yes.
Wow, look at this.
Look at this.
94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization.
Into space. We even possess meteorites that are believed to be pieces of the Martian surface thrown out by impacts on the Martian surface of asteroidal material. In fact, I think part of the grappling with the UFO mystery is going to lead to the conclusion that space is not an impermeable, insurmountable barrier to biology, that in fact planets are islands, and life does occasionally wash in from distant places, and if conditions are correct, can take hold. However, let me say, in the UFO phenomenon, we are dealing, or we presuppose that we are dealing, not simply with the phenomenon of extraterrestrial biology, but with the phenomenon of extraterrestrial intelligence. And this is a hackle-raising notion.
Dealing with more than mushroom spores.
We're dealing with more than mushroom spores, at least as ordinarily conceived. And I think the thing that has been overlooked in almost all discussions of extraterrestrial contact is how strange the extraterrestrial is likely to be. It isn't going to be a friendly elfin little feller with a beating heart of gold. It isn't even going to be some of the more extravagantly grotesque creations out of Hollywood. Conditions and time spans in the universe are long enough and varied enough that I would bet that the real task with extraterrestrial intelligence will be to recognize it, you see. We have no conception of how species-bound our images of life and biology are. This is a place where we have never been asked to confront to what degree the monkey within us has channeled our expectations and perceptions.
Well, it is the case that on this planet, virtually all known life forms are based on the same DNA molecule.
Well, except that have all life forms been examined to see to what degree they...
Dr. Toole, it was a pleasure to have you aboard and come back any old time. I am presently at a place where I'm going to try and do a show every day, and I'll do one in the morning-ish, like I did today, sometime between 10 o'clock and 2 in the afternoon. And I will do it in the evenings, sometime between 7 and 8. And if I go any later than that, I may not do one in the evening, but I'll try and do one a day. And since most of my audience is like from around the world, I'm not playing to any singular time base. But I'm glad you're all here, and, I know there's more of you than 2 out there, so anybody who wants to jump on the chat, and MJ, so I watched, that, which I just played, Terence McKenna, and what he just said in that paragraph right there about how we have no idea who and what is visiting us, at least us in a parochial sense, us humans who are prejudiced by the delusions of what our beliefs are. Well, there is a whole, earlier on I played some from Dark Journalists and Dr. Joseph P. Farrell, talking about the breakaway civilization, that humans in the last 150 years have taken the technological advances of people like Nikola Tesla, and because of money and power of money, they have like sequestered that knowledge. So, these folks, Madame Curie and a host of others that you don't even know of, invented things, and they were like sheltered. They were warehoused, so they would not be used, because, Mr. Rockefeller and Mr. Morgan didn't want free energy in 1891. The oil hegemony was just getting started, and Mr. Rockefeller owned it. And the money hegemony was in full blast. And Mr. What's his name? A European guy who owns all the banks and owns all the utilities now. Mr. Illuminati himself. His name will pop into my mind. But anyway, and that's where we are. And what's interesting about the present time is that we have left the Piscean age. We have left the age of ego, pain, and violence. Yet we live still in a time of ego, pain, and violence. It's because of the inertia of the Piscean age is still carrying into the Aquarian age, but not for that long. And why things are so weird in the last 2 years is that there is no structure anymore, no frame for the Piscean age to exist, except in violence and pain. There's a sinister element keeping us prisoner. Exactly, MJ, right? And yet they have no power, because if the only power that sinister element has is the power we give to them, And I go by the political philosophy of George Carlin, He never, forget about voting, forget about, investing in that, because you're never going to be part of that club, period. Now, the big lie isn't that, we don't believe the Illuminati exists. They let that drift out just so we can have a little more fear of those secret societies. No, the real big lie is that maybe if we do what they say, we can be part of their club. They're never going to let us be part of their club, Even the poster boys, the Elon Musks, the Jeff Bezos, the, Larry Facebook and Mo Microsoft, those guys, they're not part of the club. They're just poster boys, And whatever money they have is irrelevant. It's like my dad. He wasted his whole life to be a millionaire, and then in his 90s, in 2008, when the Great Depression occurred, he lost 3/4 of his net worth like that. And that's really what killed him. He was like, he wasn't a millionaire anymore. And he worried about, he was living in a gated community where somebody offered him $4 million for his house in that gated community. And he, when he first bought that thing in the 1970s, he got it for $90,000, and he paid $200 a month as whatever that fee that you had to pay in a gated community, which was really nice. Great golf course, great facilities, tennis courts, swimming pools, and they had a great clubhouse that you got to eat in as much as you wanted. Right. But when he was 90 years old, he never used that thing. I would go have lunch there every day and sit there, and all the old farts who were like, 3 of the guys who belonged to that gated community were retired members of the board of the Federal Reserve, right? Half of all of the top 500 corporations, their CEOs were. And that's why, my dad wanted to be rub shoulders and I'm a millionaire too. But in 2008, 3/4. So someone offered him $4 million for his property in 2006, middle of 2006. And I said, Dad, sell this. Oh, I'll get $6 million. Well, he waited around, and in 2008, after he died, my sisters, who were like we just got to sell this. We sold it at auction for $40,000. You know, we sold it for 50 grand less than what my father paid for it in 1974. And my father wasted his whole life, you know, striving and scraping, and you know, and that's where people are today. Meaning the guys who are the top of the table, they're just hanging on by their fingernails, and that's why the world is so weird, right? And the next weird thing that is coming down the line is, so our infrastructure, his name just flew by me, Rothschild, that's the name of it, Mr. Illuminati himself. Well, he owns all the banks, he owns all the money, and he bought up, thanks to good old Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton decontrolled all the utilities and all the stocks. That's why we had the crash of 2008, and the bubble of 91 was thanks to Bill Clinton too. So, and Mr. Rothschild just kept making more money, more power. So he owns virtually, 80% of all the utilities that were publicly owned and run correctly. He bought and sliced up as derivatives. And so their utilities, I don't know if you guys are aware of, in Texas last winter, this big cold front came down and froze Texas, and they nearly lost their whole grid by that much, by a matter of seconds. Someone pushed the right buttons and shunted the current in just the right way, so the whole utility didn't just crash and burn. Well, everyone's talking about global warming. That ain't. I had a really good friend named Art Bell, and he wrote a book with Whitley Strieber called The Day After, and was all about weather changes, right? And things got warmer and warmer and warmer, and the glaciers were melting, and all these things that we're seeing now, and all the fires were happening. And then what happened, it was like stretching the rubber band, and once it broke, what came wasn't like, hell on earth and everything molten. No, what came like that was the Ice Age. And that's what happened to Texas last winter. It was just a harbinger. And that cold is going to go all the way down to like South America. And this winter, we're going to have whatever they call that, the Nordic winds, whatever, or, a freezing catastrophe, whatever that was, they gave a cute name. That's what's going to happen. And I would say there is a good, and see, all our weather comes from the sun, doesn't come from us, come from the exhaust. Now, the crap that we put in our environment is not good. I'm not saying that it's good, that we should just keep doing it, but it's more like we are burning the dead, and we're suffering a karmic experience, for the most part unconscious. Yep. And we have to wake up, wake up, and Tavistock AI computer. Yep. Predictive programming, time frames, like back in the gutter. Yep. Future. But you got it right. Gutter. We're back in the gutter. Yep. And so, but the meaning everything is an illusion except for love's co-creation. So it doesn't matter. All this crap is just an illusion. And if we have to sever the illusion to wake up, well, that's what it'll be. Right? And it's not, end times ain't coming anytime soon, because that's not what this is about. This is a work in progress. Right? And so, yes, they try and dumb us down, but the more all of this crap does, the more people are waking up. But they're still, because they've been programmed their whole freaking life, instead of waking up, they're woke. I really hate what, that's why all of my, if you go to xratted.blogspot.com, you'll see my novels, maybe, because Google bought them out. Blogspot used to be a really nice platform that even I could figure out how to put my novels up there, and people could actually go and read them. But people sometimes stumble into it, and other times don't, right? And so, MJ, you weren't the person who tried to send me some money and then couldn't, right? And so when you sent me the link to Terence McKenna that I played right here, and thank you for sending me that, and send me more. That link you sent to the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail, correct? Not awakes, right? The Dude Awake 42 at Gmail, all one lowercase, right? Let's see. What are you saying here? Dumb down. Do you think subatomic particles could be seeds to stabilize the neutron decay? Yes. And see, the neutron decay, again, is just an illusion, because our bodies, these avatars, as soon as you're born, you're dying. You're decaying already. Me, I'm a perfect example. Why my doctors take care of me is that I am like a lab rat to them, because I'm always dying, but I'm somehow alive. Meaning I have Charcot legs. That means both my legs are pudding. And I used to have these big metal clamps that went from the tips of my toes to my hips to be able to, not fall over, and collapse. And I used to have to use a walker. Today, not so much. I can walk. Now I have to get up and walk around every 20 minutes or I start to rust. But the neutron decay is part of the illusion. That's because, see, everything in this illusionary life, because it's on incandescent light rather than photonic light. It is based on lies rather than the illumination, right? And shadow. It's based on shadow rather than illumination. And so we are constantly in decay. And in this illusionary world, there's no getting around from that. But in love's co-creation, which is exactly what you just said, do you think subatomic particles, though that is love's co-creation, the subatomic particles, right? And so when we realize what we are, when we step forward rather than always being pulled backward by decay, we will ascend. And ascension is that process, right? Is there a particle cycle? Yes, I just explained it. I love you, MJ. We were like thinking at the same time. It's the speed of light, MJ. Our thoughts are bouncing back and forth and not even having to use the internet, right? Now, there are other adepts, there are about 100 adepts like you, MJ, that have really stepped up and communicate to me on my email. And then if they're in America, we talk on my phone. And once we talk a bit on the internet, and they are in a foreign land and can get on WhatsApp, I give them my phone number, and then they call me, and or they give me their phone number, and I call them, and then we can talk on the phone. So I talk to maybe about 30 people each week, communicate over the internet, maybe 50, but overall there are 100 of you adepts. Now, there's the cadre that communicates, that are part of, I don't like to call them, what does YouTube call you guys? Not syndicated, subscribers. You're not subscribers. You are, in my mind, the cadre. But those of you who, like you, MJ, who communicate really beautiful thoughts in the chat and then communicate to me on the email, and then we come together, and I'm teacher, you're the student, you're the teacher, I'm the student, and that is what the relationship of student teacher is that we're both the same, and age is irrelevant, right? And we are lovers within the construct of love's co-creation, right? So, and that's why I do this, because there are about 100 of you and the other beautiful thing about it is there are new members like Mr. Tool Mechanic, and now he's been around a long time, but he is starting to, be part of the chat, and he will soon communicate to me on the email, and he will graduate into adept. He's working his way there, and he's always got something good to say. And back when I first started doing this, MJ, how long have you been part of the cadre? How long have you been watching this channel? There's a guy in New Zealand called Buddy, and there are a number of other people. There's another guy named Dragon, and there's about, I don't know, 20 of them, and they started out as trolls. They think their life sucked, and they were taking it out on us because we were having a good time. And in the beginning, there were a number of people who thought I was going to be the next sliced bread, and we'd have millions of followers, and they wanted to be what do you call it? The person who holds the wrench and controls the channel. They said, just let me be the blah, blah, whatever they call that. And also, they considered themselves as one of those people who lays down why people do things, why they wear this sneaker and not that sneaker, whatever they call that. And they all said, oh, if you let me be the wrench holder, I'll make you a millionaire and famous and blah, 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 blah. And I said, no, we don't need, this is a family here. And if someone's a troll and they're just miserable, they're being a troll because they're hurting, well, it's our thing not to reject them, but to keep them in the family and give them support and love. And if we do that long enough, they will become their better self. And about 20 of them did, and the one that is most evident, who keeps coming and communicates to me other ways, is Buddy from New Zealand. And he stopped doing all the bad things he did and changed his attention and awareness, and he's now loving his life. And that's why I do this, because I affect, about 100 to 500 people, and it, that's what gives me joy, to share and care, and it's, the we and me, they are the we, right? And you all are the we, right? And I care about you. That's why I do this, right? And I see that everyone, who tries, who does better, is doing better, and that's a good thing. And 500 people who go from being miserable to doing their best, they're not perfect, but they're doing their best. That 500 people can change the world. Especially, and you guys aren't like all in one place. You're not like all in Cincinnati. You're all over the frigging world. And so I know that you're all over the world. So if you're in all these, there are people in Africa and Australia and New Zealand and all over Europe. And all they have to do is step up, and they don't have to do anything I tell them to do. They just need to be their best. And anything you guys love to do or want to do, go do it. And if you want support or insight or, special communications with me, just get a hold of me. thedudeawake42@gmail, right? So, and Jane, Michelle, or MJ, I'm just going to say MJ. That's the email. My email address is thedudeawake42@gmail, correct? Because you have contacted me, so you know how to do it. And say, I don't have, for this to really grow, we need to put the band together. I want to start a thing called the Traveling Video Art Service. And we travel over the internet. But the other way we would travel is we would start up different tents around the world. Love's co-creation, where we're truly home. Yes, 100%. So in every neighborhood, every of you of the cadres adepts should start a circus, right? And like a little salon, invite people to your home, and you can watch. There's over 1,500 of these shows on my channel, and I implore that all of you guys start sticking your top 300 shows onto your hard drive, on your thumb drives, because if the internet, and I think the internet, this internet, will crash and burn, and it will be sponsored. The crash and burning will be sponsored by that what did you call them? There was a nice term you used, an element. And the element of people like Elon Musk. The guy's a total moron. I saw him being interviewed when SpaceX was really, they sent the first thing to the International Space Station, which is just on a Rector set. I mean, it's like, compared to what's really out there, our breakaway civilization, you go read Dalton's books or, Joseph P. Farrell's books or David Icke's books or, Captain Austin Fitz's books. There are lots of people who are saying what's going on, right? And, the morons who are, we're having disclosure, TSA, blah, blah, blah. That's the CIA just giving, they're not saying what's going on. They're never going to say about, that they've known this, that they've collected technology, that they've taken all the money of the planet and stuck it in a breakaway civilization that has nothing to do or give us welfare. All it gave us was cell phones, so we could have a society of spies. Our cell phone is an intelligence, not an intelligent thing. When you Google, you're not Googling Google. Google's Googling you. The internet was manufactured first to survive nuclear war by DARPA, but the guy who invented the World Wide Web, he saw it as a vehicle for the world to communicate. What was, the first thing to really succeed on the World Wide Web was pornography, right? That's what made the economic base, and that's why all the vehicles to put money through it, it was all to pay for pornography. And then, the next pornography was, Amazon, to mindlessly consume stuff that is delivered by drones. If that ain't pornographic, I don't know what is. And so all of those guys who are the poster boys of ridiculous, useless, masturbatory wealth and commerce. So we have, our whole commerce is no longer a system of barter of services for goods. It is a system of surveillance. We now, because of the World Wide Web and things like Amazon and our cell phones, we exist in a surveillance economy. That's what it is, right? And so what we have right now is going to crash. Right? And everyone's going to be, you think everybody was in shock being locked up for this pandemic? This crash of our internet and technological base will be catastrophic, right? And it'll probably, a good portion of the population will go away, and not for any real reason. They could still survive it. It's like me, these last 2 years I've survived in the woods, and if the electricity wasn't, I get most of my juice from the sun, and my water comes from a really beautiful spring that no one else knows exists. It's just 700 yards from my toilet. I do have a nice septic system. I don't put my sewage back into the water. I, put it in a septic system. And so I have a very nice, and I get, being on the BOP for the last month, I've gained 10 pounds because I'm buying food at the supermarket and I am eating in restaurants. People take me out to meals, right? And, the last 3 years, I've lived in the deep woods, eating things from the mostly mushrooms from the woods and dandelions and other things that grow in my garden. That's all I pretty much eat. Yes, I do buy a few things once in a while. I get some fish, I get some tofu, I get some cheese, some eggs. But eating in restaurants and eating food that, I just kind of buy everything in the supermarket now. I've gained 10 pounds in a month. Now, I know when I go back, when it gets warm and I go back in the deep, I'll lose it. It's no big deal, because I lost 240 pounds, 10 pounds out of 240. I'm still, as long as, right, I was almost, when I got here, I was at 210. So now I'm at 220s. That's not bad, really, I can go up to 260 and it still wouldn't be bad, but I'm not getting above, somewhere between 220. Like I'm I won't go above 235, right? And because I'm really still not eating that much, I'm just, and I actually had a fast food meal. I kept watching the advertisement for Wendy's new amazing. This is no, it's a piece of crap. It says all fast food is the same. I mean, if it's served to you hot, anything that's greasy and sweet and that's hot is going to be tasting. Your body will go, oh, I like this. But French fries cold, it was like eating cardboard. So, and all fast food sucks now because they don't have enough people working there to move the food fast enough for it to get to you greasy and hot. So that's what the world we're looking at. So what's going to occur is in the next, between now and 2006, the system that now exists, it's already, the supply chain and all, it's all kind of crumbling. And it's crumbling on purpose because they want to, replace it with this other thing. And basically, what the other thing is that no one will own anything. And everything will be basically manifested by the corporate state. And you will live in a corporate housing. You will eat corporate, the amazing burger that's made from, soy and green, it's people. We will have Tesla's wireless current. So no one will own a car. You'll have an app on your phone, that which you won't own. It'll be an Elon Musk phone, right? And the internet will be Musk internet, and the banking will be Musk and Facebook and Microsoft banking, and that's the world they want to, put in place of what we got now, and that won't work either. And so we will have between now and 2036, depending on you guys out there, if you can all, go meditate 3 or 4 times, go learn. Okay, so we're doing, look at that. It was 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 2 seconds. It's called synchronicity. So what are we going to do? See, what was your NDA like? Tunnel, Christ, figure, relatives, etc. Oh, you know what it's like? We're going to go into state right here, right now. We're going to do a guided meditation, and I'm going to show you it all, right here, right now. Okay? So, everyone get in a comfortable sitting, right? Be nice and deep. Breathe out twice as much. So, breathe from your bottom of your diaphragm to bring your lungs up. Open up, expand your lungs. Have those little cilias, breathe in more prana, life-giving, so Father, Sky, Mother Earth, Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit is you and me. It's all our relations. It's that DNA twist, And that's what it's about, why every species we pretty much share the same DNA. And so that's why we're all our relations. So breathe that prana in, ground yourself in Mother Earth, and feel the connectivity of, the Holy Spirit, which is that space between Father Sky and Mother Earth. And that current, that is the connectivity, the conductor So that is what going into state is all about, making that electrical connection, you being the conductor of that sacred energy, and thus it illuminates your imaginary mirror, which is behind your eyelids, right? And so as you're breathing, and why I'm still alive, even though I'm a dead guy, because I'm constantly energizing myself at least 20 times a day with the prana life force grounded, being the conductor. So I'm going to do it right now with you so you can see it. So as you breathe that way, we will be connected as all our relations are connected. So feel that connective tissue. In every state and every way, feel that connected tissue. I'm going to count from 1 to 3, and as I do, you're going to go deeper and deeper into the connective tissue of all our relations. And you are going to illuminate yourself in your imaginary mirror and walk through that light wall into your subconscious. And your subconscious is not a scary place. It is a library. It's your Akashic records. See that white light right behind your eyes? See it clearly? See that white light? You're illuminated. The prana is going through every cell, healing every cell of your body, connected to your chi, taking the waste energetically out. And as you breathe out, you're breathing out the chemical waste. And you're feeling clearer and clearer. And you see behind your eyelids, that's where you have REM sleep. That's where you dream. And you're walking through that white light into your dreamy dreamland, your Akashic record. And that's where your subconscious is registered in your Akashic record. It's nothing scary. It's just a library. You're walking into your library, you look around, you see all of these shelves, you see the walls, you see this gigantic fireplace. It looks like it's made out of these great gray stones, but they're not. They're all books. And in that grand fireplace that you could run a train through, you see a blue flame, and that is your spirit. And in front of the fireplace is these very nice lounge chairs and coffee tables. And because you can drive a train through that fireplace, that's like Harry Potter. You can have visitors come visit you in your library, and they would come through the chimney and walk out the fireplace. And you can have anyone visit you. And 1, you're in a deep, deep, deep state of relaxation. You're sitting, you're comfortable, you're safe, and your body, your physical avatar, your bag of water is going on automatic. And you are leaving the physical form, and you've walked through your imaginary mirror into your Akashic record. And in front of you, you see the fireplace. In front of that is the lounge chairs and the coffee tables. In front of that is a reading table and a reading chair, and there's a light coming from above, and that's photonic light. You put your hand in front of it, and there are no shadows, right? So like right now, I put my hand, and there are no shadows, right? Because it's photonic light. There are no shadows, right? Whereas incandescent light, there are shadows. So, can you see that clearly? Right? You see yourself as the illuminated being. You see yourself going into your library. You sit down at your reading table. And to your left, there's a left side and a right side of the universe. To your left is where your guides are. Your librarian brings you your Akashic record. Your animal totem. Your animal totem's there as your griot to tell you a story. You read something, you see something in the Akashic record, you go, what does that mean? And from that, you turn to your animal totem, and your animal totem will tell you what it means in context to who and what your spirit is. See it clearly, right? And your third spirit guide is your guardian angel who always has your back. So you never have to fear about your existence. You always have a guardian angel watching your back. So you have your librarian bringing you the information in your Akashic record. You'll have your animal totem there to be your griot, to tell you a story about what it's about so it makes sense to you. And you have your guardian angel at your back. So you never have to worry, right? So I want you to see your librarian very clearly. See it clearly. Do not forget what your librarian looks like. How your librarian's dressed, what gender your librarian is, everything about your librarian. See it clearly. And to the left of your librarian is your animal totem. See what your animal totem looks like, what it is, what animal it is, what it means to you, how it references your spirit. See it clearly. And see your guardian angel, right? And see your guardian angel again, what gender, what it looks like, what weapons it has to protect you. See it clearly, right? And so see, shadows, no shadows. Pretty simple stuff here. So your librarian brings your Akashic record. You puts it down. It's a big book, big book. And the edges of each page, and there's so many pages, they're like onion skins, uncountable numbers of pages, right? And the edge of each of those pages is gold, right? And that's the gold thread that connects your spirit to your soul, right? Your spirit is that entity that is in love's co-creation, right? And the physical manifestation in this materialistic world is not God sitting on the throne, crapping up in the clouds, crapping on everyone. No, it's the burning bush. When Moses, escaped Egypt by himself and ran all the way to the edge of Samaria in Africa, and he was up in the mountains, and he was hanging with this family, a really learned man, a scholar, and he had daughters, and the middle or oldest daughter was besmitten by good old Moses, and they married and had children, and he was having a good life. And he was up in the hills enjoying the stars and the goats and the sheep that he was the shepherd of, and the burning bush showed up, right, and told Moses he had to go back to Egypt and free the Hebrew nation, and not from the Egyptians, but from themselves, because they had lost their way from the burning bush. And so the burning bush said, I'll answer one question, and I'll tell you straight up. I won't give you any flim-flam. So Moses, being the smart, cheeky monkey that he is, asked, okay, who and what are you, and what's your name? Pretty much the same, who you are and what are you and your name were all synonymous in those days. If you knew somebody's name, you knew what they were and all the above. So in the King James, it says, and in the movie, the burning bush answers, I am who I am. Well, the only person who speaks that way about themselves is Popeye. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I am who I am, And the burning bush did not make that sense. He said, I am a work in progress, and you are my reflection. How I know what I'm doing is I'm watching what you do, because you have a free will. You are the decider. And that's what you are. You are the decider. What you are doing here, what you are. You're not a male or a female. You're not, a nurse or a doctor or a cabbie or an artist, or you're none of those things. You are the decider. You decide to be the nurse, the doctor, the artist, the whatever, Indian chief, the candlestick maker, whatever. Your whole essence is you are the decider. You have free will. You have the the free will to decide and loves co-creation, along with the burning bush is the work in progress. So the co-creation is the work in progress. So you're looking down at your Akashic record, you open up the book, you put your right hand on the right page, your left hand on the left page, and you lean into the book and you evacuate all of the angst, the anger, the ego, the fear, all of it. All that is the material world. You vomit it out onto the page, and it looks like an ink blot, a raw shock, right? Then you close the book, and then you open it up, and now that ink blot is no longer on just two blank pages. It's now on a screen, big screen that takes up both pages, just like your computer screen. And around that are 28 little screens. And those are the 28 dimensions you really live in. You don't just live in 3 dimensions. You live in 28 dimensions. And that's just in this singular vortex. You know, in string theory, there are billions, a zillions, uncountable numbers of parallel universes where there are parallel U's. And the 28 boxes are just looking at the 28 dimensions in this universe, not the other ones, just this one. And a couple of those boxes give reference by looking at the past and the future to those parallel ones, right? So look at all this. So now see what you just vomited on that page. You now see it on the big screen as all those things that bother you, all those, anxieties, all of those fears, all those self-loathings, all of that egocentric element that goes to power that shouldn't be, right? That hidden hand that doesn't even exist, but rules over us through an illusion of ego. See all of this clearly. Now breathe deep. And 1, you're going into a deep, deep, deep state of relaxation, conscious relaxation. You're no longer in your body. You're in your Akashic record, your library of your existence. And now you've got the book open. There's a big screen there, 28 little screens around it. And if you take your fingers and run it across up and down that gold leaf that covers the edge of the page of the book, it's like a mouse. And you can go to the past and see all of your past lives, all the way to the beginning when you showed up in this universe, right? And then you can go all the way into the future. And what you will see in the future is a relative potential, because the future isn't quite here. I mean, our existence is the Big Bang, which means the beginning, the Alpha and the Omega, all bingo right there. But we experience in a linear capacity as this meat puppet. So when you're looking at your Akashic record and you look into the future, you're seeing it there as a meat puppet. Now you can look at that totally, if you ascend your consciousness high enough where you don't have shadows getting in the way. You're looking at it over here and there are no shadows, there are no shadows. There is no shadows. That's when you can look at the future and see what's really going to happen, because there are no shadows. When you're looking at the future and there are shadows, then it's blurry, because you're still looking at it in a linear way rather than the totality of your true existence, which is love's co-creation, right? So, I want you to look at your, past, present, and future, and you evacuate all of your anxieties, your self-loathing, your ego. Now, in the material existing as the avatar, a bag of water, you have an ego, but you can work, to be your better self. And by doing that, you manifest what is known as an egoless ego, right? Kind of like to navigate the mud puppet, and you take over the strings. You cut the strings by having an egoless ego, right? So see that clearly, right? See yourself doing that. See your past lives. See where you came from. See where you're going. See what your decision. You're the decider, your choice. See what you want. And use the tool of conscious intent. Okay? You're sitting in your reading table, you're looking at the big screen of your Akashic record, and you're going, I want to know what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do it. Starting this second, every second and every day and every way, I'm going to take the piece of the earth and make it stronger. I want to see the things I need to do, right? So, see it clearly. And realize you can go into state anytime you want. Practice makes perfect. Good time to practice. Start practicing just before you go to bed. You evacuate all of those things, the guy cutting you off, the person saying the nasty thing, all those things that might keep you up from going to sleep or being stuck in your dreams, and you let it go, right? And right now, when you evacuate it, you can see, oh, look, that's what happened. Meaning, I think with my heart, not the squirrel cage of Rolodex up here. That's all that your brain is a squirrel cage Rolodex. But I think with my heart and all those trillions of little guys in my gut, right? And I feel with the Rolodex, I use the adding machine up here to feel things. So when someone, instead of using my hormones to feel, someone says something mean or cruel or tries to do something mean or cruel to me, instead of going, ooh, boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. No, I kind of, I first have conscious awareness, so I feel them 3 blocks away, so I just get out of the way. I mean, that's the best thing to use shadows for, is to hide away from the darkness. The darkness can't see you when you're in the shadow, but you as a light being can, if you're in the shadows, you can see the darkness, right? So there you are, right? I'm just giving you 2 really strong tools, you think of what you consciously want to have happen, right? Consciously intent. Your intent is what makes things happen. Conscious intent. You're consciously, instead of just letting stupid things come into your peripheral thought patterns, and then you kind of say the stupid bad things out of your mouth, and then you act the stupid bad way, and then you have to deal with the consequences. Whereas if you're thinking love's co-creation and speak about love's co-creation and manifest love's co-creation, then you're going to have a pretty good life, even as a mud puppet, and you can move forward in love's co-creation. You can, by moving forward, ascend your spirit to that next rung where your next incarnation will be a lot more, ascended than the one you got right now, right? And that's how you can go visit other universes, other existences, other planes of, those parallel universes, just right there on your peripheral vision. You just there. I mean, don't look at it that way. Just see it, this eye, because it's been damaged in a good way. I can see that parallel universe right there, right? And when I use the tool of my Akashic record, then I have all these tools like right in front of me, the screen and the 28 other screens describing all the other angles of dimensions, not just up, down, and time, Oh. JC is my buddy, the lucky guy. And this guy is a lucky guy. He survived some so everyone who goes, oh, my life sucks. Well, this guy is the perfect example of surviving what really sucks. And everything, he just kept trying to do the right thing, and he got punished for it every step of the way. And I won't tell the story because it's up to him if he wants to share that. But he never gave up. So he came out the other side, and now he has an amazingly beautiful life. And not because anyone gave it to him. It's because he never gave up. He never gave in, He never spoke ill, even of the schmucks who were screwing him. He never spoke ill of them, right? And he's the only other guy I know who had to, who had lost everything and was like living like basically, outside like I do, but he was like me. He was blessed every step of the way. So, and good to see you, LG or JC. But I love, he's an old friend. I love him dearly. He's always been there for me, and I've always been there for him. And that's what a good friend does. Never gives up, and never gives in, and never gives up on their friend, and never gives into anything their friend does that may be like, oh, why did they do that to me? Well, it's because they're having a hard time. Well, he was going through some hard time, but he never put it on me, and I never put it on him, and we always just enjoyed each other's company. We both hung out in the same library to stay warm during the winter days, right? And if they let us sleep in the library, we would have slept there because we both were sleeping in pretty cold places. So, but when you experience that, it makes you appreciate what you have. And then when blessings come because you haven't given in and haven't given up, and you've always, LG, JC, has been a guy who's I've always observed him serving love's co-creation. Never gives in, never gives up, never has a bad word, and he's had some real trials and tribulations. And he's like me. He's died too, and he's still alive, right? So, and he's died even worse because he's gotten blown up, meaning I just died of, bad habits. Anyway, so here we are in our, and in my little diversion into the story of LG here. You saw it all on your Akashic Records, and that's the beauty of the Akashic Record. It shows you everything. Practice makes perfect. So when you go to sleep, you evacuate all the stuff that would keep you from having a good night's sleep. You can actually tell yourself, I want to dream about X, Y, and Z, and you'll remember totally. And it's in your Akashic Record. So if you wake up in the morning, just hit the ground running, brush your teeth, and start off to work, and the dream escapes. You just have to go into your Akashic Record and look it up, and there it is. The dream is right there, and you'll see it, and then you'll have the 28 little screens around to give you different perspectives of it. And every time you evacuate into your Akashic Record, not only do you see what that angst is, and you get perspective, it lightens you to the point where you can float away. And to the left is your guides, but to your left are the 9 doors, right? And the 9 doors, if you go read Dante's Inferno, the 9 doors are there about, the 9 doors of Hades, but it's really 9 doors of perspection of the material world, basically. And if you were to go Google esoteric 9 doors, what are they? They would give you many. And what is the esoteric? What is the occult? It's not devil worship. Esoteric is hidden knowledge, right? And occult is arcane hidden knowledge. And go look up the word arcane, right? So I'm a big fan because early on I was, meant to be a rocket scientist for the Pope. So, and I had a cardinal who was my godfather. So early on, the Marinols, that was the guys who were my original scholarly teachers. And they were the one Catholic crew, unlike the Jesuits or the Franciscans. They were about love. They were about in service to love's co-creation. That's why I learned about this. And they were about being scholars, not being scholastics. The Franciscans are scholastics. They're like the Hebrew rabbis who read the scrolls with a pointer and look at every letter and subscribe a number to it and put it into an equation. And that's the Kabbalah, That's the magic of the word. And, back in the late 70s, before I met my first wife on the subway, my landlord was a rabbi. And, I came back from Europe, And I went and looked, as I always did when I first landed in New York, which was my town. I could always find work like that. Finding a place to stay, I could always couch surf a little bit, but I always wanted my own joint. So I would look at the Village Voice and I would find a place. And I saw this ad, and I've told this story. It said, artist lofts in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. So I called the number. Hello. I said, hi, I'm looking. Oh, you are artists? Yes. I have a lot for you. You'll love it. Can I see it today? No, I'm busy. But tomorrow we can get together. You take, the J and the train. You go to Delancey Street, get on the J and the M, come over to Williamsburg Bridge, get off at Marcy Avenue. First stop, come down Broadway, go to Roebling's, go down to, South 9th Street and walk towards the river. And then the first street that forks off of that, go to that, and it's just a little street, and there's this building that on the north side of the street takes up the whole block, and it's the Chongqing Chinese food factory. That's no longer that, but that's where the building is. But you will find me up Roebling's. So when you're coming over to Williamsburg Bridge, you will look down and you'll see Roebling's Avenue, and you'll see a building on fire. I will be there. I said, oh, you mean the fire's now and you're going to be there while it's smoke? He said, no, the fire hasn't started yet. It'll start tomorrow, early in the morning, and I'll be there. Come see me around 12:30. The insurance man's coming at 11. And I said, but the fire hasn't started yet? He goes, oh, no, it hasn't started yet. I said, well, how? He says, just come tomorrow, and as you're on the subway, you'll see the fire. Get off at Marcy Avenue, come down Roebling's, and there I'll be. I'll be in, I'm a rabbi. I have the black hat, the black coat, the pails, the white beard, all of the above. It's kind of this kind of beard. And so I love you, LG. He comes and visits quickly and moves on. He's got he's a family man now. So anyway, I do. Next day I'm on the subway. I'm looking down. And there's a fire. Right. Okay. I get up at Marcy Avenue, go down to Broadway, turn on Roebling's, go 4 or 5 blocks. There he is, standing, not in front of the building, but there's the line is, and he's, it's about almost 1:45, and he goes, perfect timing. The insurance man has just left. We can go. I can show you the building. So we walk about 6 blocks, and it's a gigantic building, and there's a loading platform. We go up the steps, big hole, no door, no nothing, just big hole, and push the doorbell, and this bell rings from above. Down comes this elevator, and it's not in a box. It's just a floor. 4 metal girders going up to they kind of come to the center. There's a cable, one cable, that's it. And that's the freight elevator, right? And so there's a big black man, Kirby, and my landlord says, and this is Kirby. He runs the building. Kirby, this is Al, the artist. He's going to rent one of our lofts. And so they take me up, and it's a whole block of a building, but it's not one gigantic building. It's like 20 different buildings that are kind of, and there's this one part way over there that was built when the Dutch were there back in the day, and it had been a Masonic lodge, and it was the tallest building in New York when it was built. It was like the Empire State Building of its time, and the top floor was 3,000 square foot, and it had no columns, no nothing. It was Masonic, it was like magically being held up. And so we go through this fire door into this big open space, and we came from another space that was another building that was 17,000 square feet, because it was so big, and this thing's at the other end, and there were no hallways, and it was full of junk. It became like the dumpster of the building. And so he said, well, you walk along the windows here, and there's all that stuff there. He said, yeah, you can go through it all, whatever you want. It's just like the dumpster of the building. So anyway, we walk down there. We go through the fire door into another building, and it's just 3,000 square foot. It's got windows all the way around except for that one wall that's facing that building where the fire door is, right? But it's the other 3 windows all the way around, and through the north side of the building, those windows, I could see everything from the 59th Street Bridge all the way down the east side of Manhattan to the Battery, right? And then from the other side, I could see from there all the way out into the ocean. And there was a staircase in the back that went up to the top of the building where that 3,000 square foot, there was a pyramid on top of it. And it was a four-sided pyramid, and there were windows in each direction, and that was the Masonic temple. So there was all kinds of Masonic stained glass window. It was quite amazing. And a doorway out onto the roof of the 17,000 square foot building. And I turned it into a golf course, right? So a putting, like a putt-putt kind of golf course, and, a lounge, and I've turned it into a lot of things. I turned it into a flying saucer and lit it up, the whole top. I turned it into, a 6,000 square foot flying saucer with a light. When I was disco boy, I had all these disco lights. So everyone from, 59th Street Bridge to the Battery on the east side could see this flying saucer on the top of my building, and millions of people saw it, and that's what kind of, well, I had already been an artist before then, but that got a lot of street cred, that thing. But my neighborhood was, it was like the 9th Air Force had gone over it, because these guys had burnt all of the buildings down. It was called Jewish Lightning for the insurance money. It was, kind of a scam. But anyway, my landlord was a rabbi. He had a rabbinical school. And he would come up and visit me once a month, and I would have tea for him and nice little black and white cookies I got at the Hasidic bakery. And we would talk about, and I had a big library, and he would look through my books, and then, I'd let him borrow whatever he wanted. And he then would have me come to his house. And he had a very nice house, and he had a Lubavitcher, like a rabbi school, right? And he was also a really good musician, and so he also taught in the Hebrew religion. They have cantors, right? And so he was teaching people to be cantors and rabbis. And after about 6 months of me being there, and being him coming, we talk about theology and everything else. He was brilliant about everything. He said, "You must come and study at my Lubavitcher and be a rabbi." And I said, "Rabbi?" I was brought up as a Italian, Irish, German, Catholic. And he goes, "Well, no one's perfect." And he said, "The Hasidim are like the Baptist of the Jews. We take anybody, as long as they're of good character, and you are the best character I've ever met," meaning character. And so anyway, I did it, because my whole thing is, I want to know if somebody is a great teacher and offers me the offering to study with them, I'll go do it, And a really good teacher, they don't charge, they are there to have the relationship. That's why I'm a good teacher, because I teach you without, charging you anything. A lot of people send me, "Oh, these people are really great, blah, blah, blah." And then I go on their website, and to get any teaching, you have to buy a course. No. Now I say, hey, if you want to donate some money and send it to me through PayPal, and when they ask for a email address, it's thedudeawake42@gmail. I'm pretty sure. Get a hold of me on my email, thedudeawake42@gmail, and then we know that it's truly that. I'll have to check up on that one, but I'm pretty sure it's thedudeawake42@gmail, and I've been telling everyone that for years, and people actually do get to, someone sent me $17 a couple of days ago, so I know it's working. And people, I don't make if I make $50 a month, some people have sent me $200 and $300 and $400, and that's very, very, very happy. I accept any gift you want to send me, but I don't charge you a nickel, and that's how this works, right? And because of that, I live like a millionaire on whatever money I have. I'm not really Right now, beginning of the month, it's a little close. The last 6 days and the first 6 days of every month can be a little tight. So, and now that I'm on the BOP, I'm definitely spending way more money than I do when I live in the woods because I don't go anywhere. So that's the story. Let's see, where'd we leave off? So, so I went to a Catholic seminary to be a Catholic priest. That's where my godfather sent me. And I was, from early age, I was brought up by my grandma, who was brilliant, and in Harlem. And Harlem in the 50s was an amazing place because it wasn't the hood. It was the Renaissance. It was where everyone was striving to do better. That's really where I learned by watching all these examples of people. And that's why I was like Steve Martin, who thought he was black, but I could dance. I am an African American that's melanin challenged, And so that is what we have to do in these times that are in front of us, in the diminishing, disintegrating, dying material world. We have to learn how to love ourselves and love each other and to ascend out of the material realm. And we have to think with our hearts, with our love, and be informed by our gut. And our little squirrel cage of a Rolodex up here, our mind, is not our consciousness, Our consciousness is that golden thread that runs up into our Akashic record, and our soul is there, and it's a server, right? Our soul is a server that connects this circuit, right? But our consciousness is that connectivity of the experience held in the server with our superconscious mind, which is our spirit, which is what that twin flame is in the fireplace of the library. That twin flame is us and love's co-creation. All our relations is us, the we in me, and the burning bush. That is the twin flame that's burning in that fireplace, right? And when we evacuate all our anxiety, self-loathing, fear, ego, goes on the book, we can really see what it is. That's when we become a light. And we float like a balloon, and we float. And those 9 doors are on the right, and one is always open, and that takes us into our superconscious mind, our id. And we go through that doorway, and there's a staircase that goes up, and it's a bridge between our our Akashic record and our superconscious mind, our sanctuary of our own choosing, where love's co-creation exists in reality with us, in that reality. So we come, and when we get top of the bridge, we have an overstanding, not understanding, but overstanding of everything around us. And we walk down off the bridge, we step off the bridge into our sanctuary, and it's like we get this jolt of unconditional love. And all around us, there is, from the top of the bridge, we can see there's the meadow of acceptance. There is the great link, the lake of all our relations. There's the gazebo where we go up to top and we get the overview of everything. And any question we may have, we can ask it and turn 180 degrees, and we will see a person who will tell us what we need to know. And then there's the great Carnival Row, and then up above it is our lodge of Delphi's lodge of our knowing ourselves, and where we can communicate with all as equals, and that's our sanctuary. And we go there, and both in our library and our sanctuary, we can spend days, weeks, months, years there. And when we come back, only a second has passed, or not even. And that's when we start to understand time. That it's non-existent. That only exists in this sandbox we call life, right? So we're 2 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. So let's go back to the chat. Now you're all in state. You all have access to your Akashic record right now. You can look at it and get a perspective on an issue and then ask a question here. So come on, step up to it. Let's hear some chat. MJ, you still there? What kind of perspective have you had on this little journey I've just taken you on? Anybody else? There's two of you. And I know there's a bunch more off to the side that haven't jumped into the pool yet. So lucky guy, are you still aboard? Mostly he just jumps in to say hello and he jumps back out. There are a few of you who do that, and that's fine. Because I can feel your love. I can feel your love even when you're not on the chat. I feel your love. And that's why I'm your griot. That's why I'm your Sensei Albab. That's why I'm your, and I am not the traditional teacher, right? I'm here to expand your consciousness, not make you my servant, my student, because not traditional, as in a material consciousness, the teacher, tries to control the student. And the higher ascended teacher is there to expand the student, to assist the student to in every day and every way take the piece of the earth and make it stronger to serve with grace and humility love's co-creation with your actions that you decide with your free will. And that's what I'm here to assist you with, to do that. Right? Not learn any specific schooling, not to be a scholastic. I'm no scholastic. That's not my job. Not to teach you from a textbook. I'm here to teach you through your own experience, right? To help, to be a guide, to show you like a tour guide, That's what I'm here to do. And I'm glad to do it. I'm here to serve. But I'd like to, before we close, have a little more chat. If nobody jumps in the next 10 minutes, let's see what we might have that might be of interest on this little gizmo. And that's that. Let's go back to this. Go into that. Let's see what we got here. Here we go. Let's see. So here's Richard Dolan.
All of that is preamble. It's my little way of preparing the subject. So let's just dive into the four interpretations. So first, I suppose let me just talk about the skeptical interpretation, since I already just kind of started.
So he's talking about
I am not a skeptic
alien
on alien abduction. So let me just put my cards on the table here and say that I do believe this is happening. Still, I want to be fair to the skeptical position, at least as much as I can. So first of all, a skeptic, a lot of UFO believers and believers in alien abduction like to think, oh, the skeptics, they're just jerks. They're just trying to give us a hard time. It's not really true. All right. Like not every villain is a cardboard cartoon cutout of, of your idea of an evil mustache twirling villain. There's a lot of scientists out there who actually, on a personal level, want to be or wouldn't mind being sympathetic to the ideas that we talk about here in ufology, but they've got a position here, and the position is that for them to engage in a subject, they require something that's going to serve as scientific evidence, even if it's not proof, like some kind of evidence. And I think, in the opinion of most scientifically, like really strongly scientifically minded people, this subject of alien abduction does not meet acceptable standards. First of all, you need access to data if you're a scientist, right? Data is very difficult. I mean, you can get anecdotal data from people. Someone says, yes, I had this experience. Okay, well, good. And you can collect that, and you can kind of put together, the best statistics that you can put together. But
okay, so that's a good place, to spur a little conversation. Anybody out there have any UFO experiences? I mean, see something white in the sky. So I live out in the deep green, right? And I live 30 miles in any direction to a light source. I mean, there are no street lights. The sky, while I live there, it's as dark as you can find in the United States, right? And I'm surrounded by the Sawtooth Mountains. And I'm in a holler, so I'm down below, and I've cleared out the trees. I have a 3-acre lot, and I cleared out a third of an acre. That's my driveway, basically, between the two roads, the Forest Service Road and this other road. So I've been in and out, and one of the roads is like the death road, meaning it is paved, but no one's done anything. I mean, there's trees growing up in the middle of the road, meaning they built it, and then, they tried to sell these properties, and then nothing happened. They went bankrupt, and no one's done anything with that road in the last 40 years, So there's potholes the size of tractor trailers. I call it the death road. Now, the Forest Service Road, at least they kind of somewhat, a little bit, take care of that road, but not really. I mean, they haven't done anything to it for a number of years, but when they put it in, it wasn't like that other one. They did it in a way that it didn't destroy itself. And the last 20 years, I walk up and down it a couple times a week with a rake, and then just kind of move the stones so the water doesn't take the road away. And that's all it took for the last 20 years, right, is to do that. So, but where I live, there is no, the stars you see is like, you see galaxies, you see other universes, and I'm blind and I can see that stuff up there because it is so dark. And so, I have a nice lounge chair that, it's like a couch, and I sit on that late at night, and I have a couple of, hammocks here, there, and everywhere to get different views. And, every summer I see at least 8 things that are more than like a shooting, that are like, what the heck is that? Like this summer, I guess it was June, I'm lying out there, and I'm on my nice couch right in the middle, so I got a really amazing view from east to west, and a good, I get to see 80% of the sky. And the only thing, it's not the trees, it's that I'm down in a holler in the mountains, but I get to see 80% of the whole freaking sky without any lights whatsoever. So I'm lying in there, and I see, and I start to, and the moon isn't out. It's just starlight. There's no moon. And when it's just starlight, no moon, it's dark, meaning I need a flashlight, right? But this eye is pretty amazing. Late at night, it's like a sniper scope. I can see pretty well in the dark with that one eye, right? And when I have both open, it does I can see a lot more than most people can at night. But it's when a bright light then hits me in the face, I can't see anything for a good 30 seconds. But anyway, I'm out there. I'm lying on this couch, looking straight up the sky. It's a beautiful evening. I'm relaxed. I have no needs in the world. I'm just enjoying watching the sky. And it's so dark there that there's so many shooting stars. So if I sit up there and I just keep my eyes open, I will see at least 4 or 5, like one shooting star a minute, easy. And when it's a meteor shower, it's like unbelievable, right? When the Perseus comes by, it's unbelievable. So if there's no moon and it's no clouds, and anyway, so I'm there. It's one of those nights, no moon, no clouds, the sky, and there's it's not a shooting stars. I mean, there's one a minute, and I see the International Space Station go by me once an hour, and there's a ton of other satellites that I have the satellite book. So if I'm looking at that and I'm looking in that direction, I will see one satellite at least every 5 minutes. So I can see a shooting star a minute. I can see a satellite every 5 minutes, and I can see the space station go by every hour, right? So then there's other stuff, right? And so there are other things that flit around, and they're really high up, and they're not a satellite because satellite goes in a trajectory, right? Straight line. I can see things way up there that are out there in at the same altitude or higher than the satellites, and they're doing this. But they're as bright as the satellite. It's not super bright, but anyway. So I'm just lying there one night, and in June of this year, and I start seeing shadows of me in front of me, going, well, I wonder what that is. So I kind of turn around and look up, and there's this thing. It looks like a donut or a tire, right? And it is gigantic. And it's probably, I don't know, anywhere from 5,000 to 20,000 feet in the air, but gigantic. And it's brighter than bright, brighter, as bright as the sun, but it's only that it's not the whole sun, which is, the up way, really bright, but this thing is bright for what it is. And it's got like large lightning bolts that don't just go bang. They're like, and they're staying there. And it's like all these like little streamlets of energy flying off this thing, and it's twirling, and so the energy shooting off of the thing is like going. It's being swirly too. So it's moving relatively slow. Like I first see the shadow of me in front of me, and I look back, and there it is, and it's way over there, and it's slowly. Then it goes right above me, and it kind of slows down, but it's still moving away, and it's going further and further away. And now it's not all the way over there, but it's soon to be past where I can look at it. I go, boy, I wonder if that thing will come back. And it turns around, it comes back, and now it starts to come down, and it's like really big. It's come down halfway from whatever it was, and it's really big, and it's lighting up my whole cleared area like almost daytime. I mean, really bright. And but it's not like coming straight at me, but it's come down, and it's kind of, again, moving over me. And I'm going, okay, am I brave enough to have a, close encounter of third kind? And I'm thinking about this, conscious intent, but I'm saying, am I brave enough for this? And it kind of comes over and kind of stops over me, right? And I'm now lying straight, looking straight up at it, and it's like, I can see, it's a donut shape, so there's a hollowness in the center, and I don't see like windows or anything. It's just this bright, super energetic, whatever it is. And I get these ideas, and I see that it's a doorway into another dimension. And it's a thing that things fly through from someplace else and pop through, right? And then I see that happen. Zing, goes right through, and it just shoots past, not towards me, but just keeps going that way. And I'm going, that's really interesting. And I said, well, my answer is, you're not really a thing. You're just a doorway. and yet you kind of have a responsiveness to whatever it is I am. And M. So MJ, you went away and then you came back, right? So what are you thinking about alien? What things? What are aliens? What are the things we see in the sky? I just described one I saw in June, and the other thing I saw this year, and I've seen it many times over the deep green, is I'll be, on one of these nights when the moon isn't out and there's just starlight and it's not a cloud in the sky and it's beautiful and it's warm. Had a family situation. So, no. MJ, never be sorry. I understand all, and I know my second wife, she said, saying you're sorry isn't good enough, right? So, and then, I taught her to say, but at least a good place to start. She never, she didn't give any quarter to anybody. And she never gave quarter to me because I never gave her a reason to have to give me quarter, meaning I never did anything that I ever had to say, I'm sorry. Now, she had a certain perspective about things that not everything, our perspectives weren't, why we were so attracted and attached to each other. It's because we were the quintessential opposites attract, right? And she was a fashion designer of the highest level, and she started, at 17. She did not have anyone to call a family, no one to depend on. She had not a nickel. They threw her out of her rent control apartment because it was in her parents' name and her parents died. And they didn't sign a paper to put it in her name. So they said, well, your name's not on the paper, get out. And so she was on the street without a nickel. And the only thing she had was her, Catholic school uniform. And she would walk around and she decided not to get any shit job. She had a vision of being a fashion designer. And the thing she wanted to learn to work on was leather. So the only place she could find that would teach her how to work in leather was the Hell's Angel store, where the club was on 6th Street. They owned half of this chunk of 6th Street in Alphabet City. And she walked in and they had a store that, they had some people making leather jackets and leather bags for motorcycles and other leather paraphernalia that the Hells Angels have. And she went in her, her little skirt, and she had a body that would stop a clock. And she said, I want to learn how to work in leather. And these guys were like ready to, take her, just eat her alive. And she basically scared the shit out of them. And they taught her how to work in leather. And then within 8 years, she had one of the largest fashion houses in the world making handbags. She would wholesale her handbags for $500 to $2,000 a piece in 1980. So she was quite a force of nature, that girl, and brilliant and everything, well-read, multiple languages. She was just amazing. Anyway, so she and I were a thing, and a story how we met that takes forever to tell. And if you go to xratted.blogspot.com, you will find my novels. And the story of our life is in one of them. I think it's Legend or Legacy. And anyway, so she was the one who said, you can, never say you're sorry. Just don't do anything that you'll feel sorry. And I never did. And that's why she loved me, because I always had her back. I always knew what she wanted. She never had to ask for anything. I took care of it before she could even think about it. And that's why she loved me. And for other reasons too. We had amazing fun, amazing sex, amazing every kind of intercourse you could think of, we did. And then she died in my arms. And how old was I? 45, I think, somewhere around there, maybe 42. Let's say 1988. I guess I was 38. That's what it was, 38. So anyway, and she's still there in my heart. And for another 30 years, people who I would be, involved with would want to get married and have children. And then they would realize we would get so close, they would feel that little part of her that was inside of me that I couldn't share with them. I could tell them stories, but, most of them didn't want to hear that. And a lot of them, because, they were jealous of a dead woman and hard to compete with a dead woman. Anyway, so that's, part of who I am. And later in my life, women who were in my life, realized that, and we had interesting relationships. And so the last 30 years of my life, I've had what I would call affairs to remember. So anyway, saying you're sorry is not good enough. So you never have to say sorry. Any of my students, you don't have to say you're sorry. You just don't do anything that would make you sorry. So leaving, the situational things, I have really not a problem with anything you may do or not do, because really, I am not expecting anything but the best out of you. And whatever you do is the best. And I don't judge anything you do, because you're just doing your best. You're not perfect, but you're doing your best. You're not trying, you're doing your best. So so saying you're sorry, I don't need that, because I know I love you, and that's all that matters. We were both fortunate. Yeah. And that's what you need to have in life. That every experience you'll have is fortunate. Even, to lose the person you love most in your life to a heart attack in my arms. I mean, that's hard, it makes me verklempt. That's a good word. Good Yiddish word, verklempt. And, but it also, whenever I feel verklempt, I think of the 8 years we were together, and every moment was a joy. So all of that joy way outweighs whatever little verklempt I may feel. And she's still there. So I talk to her, I go into state, and she's there, and it's all good, And she needed to do that to move forward. It was her time to step up, so she did, She's always watching out for me. She's always wearing this big coat of white feathers, which were my tears. All the tears I cried for her, she made into a coat of white feathers. And that's kind of where I got the name Owl. I mean, other people called me that, but that's where I got the name. Yep, love never dies. Yep. So, and that's why you don't have to say you're sorry, So, because I don't judge you, Only people who judge need to, I'm sorry, and then they hold it against you. See? I know you're doing your best, and that's all that counts, that you're doing your best. You're not perfect. You can't be perfect. I don't expect perfection. All I demand is that you do your best. That's it, And everyone can. They just have to have, and I give you the tool, conscious intent, I am. Conscious intent, I am. Conscious intent, I am. Oh, you do that, and you'll go straight into state and be in your Akashic record. I can't meditate. All you got to do is conscious intent, I am. Have that intent to go into your Akashic record, bingo, bango, there you are. The more you practice, the better, the quicker it gets. More than 50 of you who are part of the 100 of my adepts can do it immediately. We've been working together now for long enough, and some of them have come on as my adepts just in the last month or two. A number have come aboard, right? And they are right there. I can just go into state, and there I am with them. They're all over the world. Some are in Europe, and some are in Asia, and some are in Africa. And all I have to do is close my eyes, and and bingo, there. And I have them, they've sent me pictures of themselves so I can see them in this form. But I see them, without seeing a picture of them. Once we connected on the internet and started talking and started going into state together, I could see their spirit, and then they sent me pictures of them. Then I could see them visually in my mind's eye, right? Olga Kluver and JB, yep, and others, right? And they were my Olga, Madam Olga Kluver, whereas because I knew another Olga Kluver. There was a period in my life when I had about 6 Kluvers in my life, and they were all New Yorkers, and they were from ancient Dutch families, and they weren't all like brothers and sisters, but they were related. A good portion of them were cousins and such. So it was very strange. I had like 6 Kluvers. I had an Madam Olga Kluver. She was truly, and Olga Kluver, who was she was how do you describe Olga? Here was not quite, there's, I don't even know what the proper politically correct term is, but she was a little person, right? But she wasn't that little. I mean, she wasn't like, but I think, how tall was she? She was, 5'1" or more, 4'9". But she was very put together well, very attractive, very pretty, and like a bulldog. She would bite your leg off, and she had a auction house, an antique store, and Madam Olga Kluver, that was her great aunt. So she was following in her great aunt's step, because her great aunt had a magical curiosity shop. It was like, and you couldn't just buy things in there, because this store, if it didn't want you in the store, it wouldn't let you in the store. It was right on Lexington Avenue. It took up, I think it was somewhere between 36th Street or 37th Street and 52nd Street, somewhere. It was only 9 or so blocks. I lived on 69th Street and Park Avenue, so 10 blocks would be 69th, it would be 59th Street. It wasn't below that. It was somewhere between 56th and 38th Street, or somewhere in there. It wasn't 42nd Street. It was on this part of Lexington that looked like it was, New York in 1608. I mean, it was like you almost, you were walking back in time when you were on that part of town. Yep. Oh, John is an anomaly of a friend. So he's definitely not like Madam Olga Kluver. John is, and that's who you're talking about, John Birmingham, right? The guy who bought my school in Roanoke, Virginia. And that school was built and made by George and Olga, and that's another Olga. These 2 artists from Europe. I can't believe I forgot their last name. Solanovich, that's it. So they built the Solanovich School, and George and I knew George and Inga. Inga's not Olga. Inga, George and Inga, I met in the 70s when they came to. I was working for Joe Battle. I worked in a foundry casting bronze and doing spray metallizing. And they came, and and Inga had these reversed waxed sculptures, and she wanted to have them bronzed, and so we bronzed them. And that's where I met them. And then 30 years later, I'm in Roanoke visiting a musician friend of mine. And it's, oh, you got to meet my landlady. And we went into her house, and there Inga was. And she goes, oh, there you are. And I said, oh, there you are. That's how she met people. So once I knew she was up there, and I had a bunch of houses downtown, and I had really, I had my counseling and contracting, and my contracting wasn't building buildings, but I would have projects that I would work on for people. But anyway, so I was making a good living, and when I was in town, I would come and visit her at least once a week and bring her groceries or take her out downtown to doctors or to lunch or to go have fun or do whatever. And she knew everyone. And so she was, anyway, after about a year or so of doing that, she said, I want you to, there's the A-frame, and I want you to just go clean it up and live in it, because the lady who's got the school, she stopped paying rent, and I don't have the heart to throw her out. But if you go up there, your personality will just drive her nuts, and she will leave, which she did. Because what the Hill does, where John has lived by himself, all by his lonesome for at least the last 2.5, if not 3 years. That's the last time I lived there, because every time I went there, he would throw me out. He'd be, oh, please come, stay with me, please. I'll never throw you out. Oh, I couldn't do that to you. Whatever. I get there 15 hours later, get out, and I just drove 200 miles and had no place to go. And it's late at night. So after the 32nd time, it lost its charm. And I was only there to try and help John to be able to navigate himself into his better self, and he couldn't. And now he's gotten a lot better spirit-wise, but he's still consumed by his laundry list of how his 5th grade gym teacher made fun of him that day. It's like, really? You're letting that stand him? And John has a lot of talent. He has a lot of gifts, and he is doing what is the biggest sin of all, and that is crapping out on the gifts that were given to you. Gifts that were given to you, you need to utilize them in love's co-creation, right? So, let's see. So, John thinks he's. Are we talking when you say JB? That's John Birmingham, who bought my school up on the hill, right? Or if it's another JB, that's the only JB I can think of right now. And so he's an amazing musician. He's an amazing singer. He's an amazing artist, visual artist. He's an amazing filmmaker. He's a great actor, writer. Does he use any of those gifts? And just go on his website, on his YouTube, and look at the stuff he makes. Right? It's all about him. See how I'm working out? Oh, I've got these new pants. Oh, look at my sneakers. Now, you sense he needs someone. So there I was for a year and a half trying. I used to get paid like $1,000 a week to go and stay with some rich person's kid, to take care of them and, shepherd them into a stronger mental health. So, and I have a lot of degrees in the social sciences, and I've worked with lots of people. And John, he is the canary in the social coal mine of our dysfunctional world that we are. He is the poster boy of that. And everyone says, oh, he's crazy. No, he's not crazy. He's just narcissistically neurotic, right? And you know, and that's why I stopped being a shrink, because they give these stupid names to things like that. They call it um, personality dysfunction. What? You know, it's in the the handbook of psychological disorders. It's not a freaking disorder. No, you're narcissistic, and you only think about yourself. But that is not. You can't. And they have put him on drugs that he shouldn't be on. All of the psychoactive drugs that have been invented by pharma were invented pretty much all out. Modern medicine and big pharma came out of the military industrial complex, meaning they're all responses to war injuries, getting your knee replaced. They did that because you got your kneecap blown off in war, right? All of those kind of surgeries were designed to represent, fixing a soldier who got injured in war, because so they could send them back to kill more people, right? And the same with mental disorders. Majority of them, I mean, anything post-traumatic version, or AED or HAD or any of those learning disorders, came from things that the military needed their soldiers to get over, right? So anybody and that's why I stopped being, I had a master's in social work. I could hang out a shingle. I could do anything, right? And I was very good at it. And I worked for other shrinks who were doctors, and I would do, mostly I would do all of their pro bono work so they could take it off their taxes. And I was really good at that. I worked in prisons and schools and hospitals, you name it. I did it. Did research work. And then I started, doing group. None of those guys like doing group, so I would do group. And I would do counseling. Most of them hated doing counseling, like for married couples. And I could get people on the track of being healthy, like within 4 visits. And all the people I worked for would say, hey, you do this great. You're great at this. But once you hook these people, we want them coming back for the next 20 years. I mean, I need to pay for that swimming pool and the kids in college, and I want a Jaguar, and you're my golden goose, and you'll make a lot of money too. You can have your, in 20 years, you can take this practice and make millions. I'd say, fuck you, I quit. What? How can you quit? This is your calling. This is what you've got. Fuck you. Eat shit and die, motherfucker, and I would go on and be an electrician or an artist, or I had many other things to do. I didn't need to do that. I just did it for all those years because it was interesting, and it helped me learn about other things and gave me access to a bunch of stuff. And that was John. I took care of John because the Hill is extraordinarily psychically, I mean, it's stronger than any psychotropic drug you ever wanted. It was one of the Cherokee's most sacred places, and there's a portal of time and space on that property. There's a little cave that is about that big, but you can go into it and you go underground. It's like the rabbit hole. And I took John and showed it to him once, and it kind of freaked him out, so he never went. And it's just right there. It's not like, oh, it's hard to, it's like right there. But if it doesn't want you to find it, and I made a path to it, because I had that school for a number of years as a mystery school, where people would, and I got groups of people to come up, and I would, teach them esoteric and deep knowledge. And I couldn't, they were all ready to give me money to give them a certificate that said that they were a shaman. And I said, no, that's not how this works. First of all, this teaching has to, you had to be called to it. And if it doesn't want you, you're not going to be called to it. And this property, I got this place because I knew it would be a great mystery school, and it would do the right job. But see, the problem with it is it really doesn't know what, it was very connected to me, and it loved me, and it took care of me. But the majority of people who are up on that hill, it would say, oh, they want to be a drug addict, so they become a drug addict. Oh, they want to be an alcoholic, so they be an alcoholic. Oh, they want to be sexually and socially dysfunctional, so they would be. And that's kind of John, right? Now, he was that way before he even got up there, but being up there all by himself, not the best of things. And I've tried, still call him up every once in a while and try to talk to him. And we have a nice little conversation. And then he goes into his laundry list, and I try to, help him come back into where he could be healthy. And then he starts screaming at and cursing at me and threatening and all the above. And he wants me to go live with him? I don't think so. Because at best, I'd be up there for 4 or 5 hours, and he would throw me out with no place to go. So I'm not going to do that. And but the year and a half I spent with him was an excellent time for me, because I re-referenced all of my knowledge of psychotherapy just on one individual. I mean, he was like a cornucopia because he's so neurotic, and it doesn't come from a tragedy, because he had a really nice family, and they basically support him, really support him, like lots and lots of every kind of support, and he just curses at him for it, right? It's like, because it's he hasn't realized that his life is all about him. If he can't be famous, he can't be an A-lister, he can't be this, he can't be that. He wants to go kill himself and go to heaven because he loves Jesus. I said, buddy, that's not how it works, And so, yeah, because he's gone to California a number of times, and he's lasted. He once moved his everything there, cost him $1,000, rent, moving vans, the whole thing, went there. He lasted 3 days and had to come back, shit like that. Right? He's got a family. And he goes, oh, the most important, I want to be with my family. Well, he hadn't been with them for 5 years. And they were living right there in Roanoke for the 2 years I was there. And I would have to trick him and take him there to see his kids. He wouldn't go. He was only 6 miles for 2 years. He was only 6 miles away. And he said, oh, most important thing is to be with my kids. Well, they're only 6 miles. So why don't we go to see? Oh, I can't go see them. And I would trick him into it, right? First time I did it, and, we got in front of their house, I said, I'm going to go see the kids. And we were in my car, and I left the keys there with the motor running. And as I got out, and this is when I had like things on my legs and I was walking with a walker, and I get like 2 steps, and he's trying to get into the driving seat and to drive away in my car without me in the middle of winter with my legs, my legs in metal things with a walker, And luckily I was quicker, I saw him doing it, and I just kind of leaned in and took the keys out and put them in my pocket and said, and went to the front door, knock, knock, knock. His ex showed up. I said, hey, John's there. Let's, he wants to hang with the kids. And she goes, great. I need to get rid of, I'm tired, because she took care of him 24/7, homeschooled him, blah, blah, blah. And she had a baby with another guy and blah, 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 blah. And so she needed a little space. So she gave me the keys to her car, her nice Lexus, and he said all the bikes and skateboards and everything were in that car. I said, good. So the boys got in. John got in the car. We drove to the skate park, like just down the road, and they skated and biked, and it was like John was the youngest child. The oldest boy, who was like 8, his brother, who was like 6, and John emotionally was like 2.5. And he just kind of sat there like, and these were his sons. And I was playing, a guy who couldn't even walk. I was saying, oh, let's roll down the hill in the snow. I was doing that, right? And John just, because it had to be about him. Then he got very angry. Why did you take over? I said, John, I just, you wouldn't do anything. So I, let them play. And then they stopped. And I said, hey, let's do this. Let's do that. Why didn't you do it with us? We could have all had fun. And that's it. If it's not all about him, and even when it is, he still can't interact, Yep. Like I said, John has amazing gifts. Like I said, his family takes care of him, you know, just puts money in his checking account and he spends it all the time on stuff he gets at Amazon, you know. I mean, he wouldn't even go pick up the boxes down at the bottom of the road. I was like, so after a year and a half of that, and him throwing me out 32 different times, and most of the times when it was threatening to my life, he didn't care, you know. And John represents what is really wrong with our culture. And that's one of the reasons I stayed there, because I just studied him and put it into conjunction with what was going on in the world. He was a great, I needed a thing to have whenever you do research, you have to have something to compare what you're looking for, right? And like a control. And John was the control. He was the, canary in the cultural coal mine, and he was in Plato's cave, right? So the year and a half I spent with him, I don't regret, and, he kept saying, you're costing me money. Like, really? Please. Because all the food I ever had, I shared with him 100%. I made him, for that year and a half, I made him 2 meals a day, So I don't regret it, but at a certain point, all I was doing was enabling him to be his worst. So I said, fine, good. Okay, see you later. Bye. And, every month I would call him maybe once or 3 times, and he would text me 17 million things, and I would answer once or twice, because most of it was like, oh, what? You were, I hadn't seen him in like 6 months. He goes, and you were mentally controlling my mind, from 200 miles away. Okay, buddy. He has no intent, and that's why he's so successful. That's why he can be influenced by the most of negative things. And he lets these negative thoughts come in, and it just carries him away in screaming and yelling and cursing and threatening, right? And that's not really who he is. He's actually a sweet person on the inside. I can look in and see his sweetness, but his narcissism is so built up over the years that, and he thinks he's entitled, he's the best filmmaker, and I said, so why don't you, because there are filmmakers in Roanoke. I said, why don't you hang out with them? Oh, they're terrible. They're such neophytes. They don't know what they're doing, blah, blah, blah. I've made 3. Yeah, his parents put up however much money it costs to make he made 3 full-length movies, right? And what were they about? All about his narcissism. Now, there was a way he could have done it. I mean, he's almost a savant, but he's not. If he was a savant, he wouldn't be thinking about himself. He would just be doing these things, and they'd be brilliant. Meaning, there's a guy, if you were to go online, and there was an artist called Samo, right? That was his artist name, right? And I met him one day. I was driving uptown in the South Bronx. I used to work for all these Chinese realtors who owned a lot of real estate in the South Bronx, where all the black people, and for some reason, Chinese and black people just don't get along in New York. But what's amazing, Chinese and Hispanic and Puerto Rican people get along like long lost brothers. Why? Don't understand. But anyway, I used to do a lot of work for these guys up there in their unmarked truck. And I was driving, up Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, and kind of late in the evening one summer. And there was a kid out there in a prep school uniform turning tricks. He wasn't doing too good. He wasn't looking too good, And so I slowed down, stopped, and he came in, and he goes, he kind of asked me what I wanted. And I said, no, kid. I said, I want to know are you hungry? He goes, I'm starving. I said, let me park the car. Let's go over to that diner and let me buy you dinner. So I did, right? So listened to his story. And what it was his parents went to Santo Domingo, and they were staying at this hotel, and there was this woman who was the maid there, and she lived there, and she had a baby, and she didn't know, didn't have a husband, wasn't prepared. She was too young. And so they bought the baby from her and took home like a pet, right? And they brought up the baby, and they, and for the first, until it was like 15, it was great. Very obedient, very smart, lots of, it was a great pet. But once the hormones kind of came in, and the kid was obviously gay, and then he couldn't be passed off as white anymore. He started to look more and more, Cubano, black, Haitian. What they did was they were from Westchester. They said, "Come on, we're gonna take a ride into town," and they got off the BQE, drove into the South Bronx, 125th Street, and stopped at a corner, pulled over, and where there was she goes, "Why don't you go in there and buy me a pack of gum?" And they gave him $5. He went in, and they drove away, never to be seen again. Like how you drop a dog off, that's how they dropped him off. And he was wearing his private school uniform. That's the only clothes he had, right? And $5. He bought a pack of gum. And he went around, and some guy picked him up and said, "Hey, you need some money? You have a place to stay? Let me take care of you." Blah blah blah. And he turned him, right? And so that's when I met him. And so he was so unprofitable that person just kind of got rid of him and wasn't even pimping him. And so I said, "Okay, I have a place that you want to." No. But what I do need is an electrical helper. And I said, "So I live downtown. You can stay. I have a big loft. We can make you a nice little nest. You can stay there. I got a couch. You got this. You got that." Anyway, so he said, "Okay," because he had no other place to go. I bought him a meal. I took him home, and I had my clothes. Why I wear these kinds of clothes is that I kind of got in the habit of, I had a friend of mine who was he made art out of clothes, right? And in New York State, you can buy wholesale, there's companies that will sell you a ton of clothes, used clothes, but they have to be really cleaned, so they kind of, I think it's called sample, where they just nuke it so there's not a single bug or creature in the clothes, and they sell it by a bundle. I mean, like a ton, band ironed and delivered off a truck with a forklift. And we were living in a commercial factory building where it had a loading platform. So this guy would get, 2 of these things, every 3 or 4 months, and he would take them apart and cut them up and make other clothes out of them. And he would sell them on Canal Street, and he did pretty good. And then he started selling them as art, did even better. So I got to know him, and at a certain point, I said, "Every time you buy, why don't you buy me one of those bundles and put it in my loft," right? And I would just clip those bands, and it would explode, and there'd be 7 months of clean clothes, all nice, folded, and I would just take out, a pair of pants or a shirt or a coat, and somebody, there'd be I once had this, super duper prison overalls, and it said property of San Francisco prison system, right? And so, and I had this purple band leader outfit that was quite interesting. Anyway, so I bring Samo home, a big bundle of clothes. It's like he's a dog. He just kind of roots around it and makes a little bed for himself in a big bundle of clothes. And I take him to work, right? We start, and he's not really, and all he wants to do is draw. He's almost autistic in a certain way, that his focus is just about drawing. And to get him to connect, part of it, I'm sure, is, how his parents treated him like a pet until he, his hormones kicked in, and then they just dropped him off. And then the trauma he had of living on the street, and luckily I kind of picked him up, right? So, so he's working. He's not the best tip helper because the best he can do is hand me tools, and maybe carry things, but he wasn't even that good at carrying things. So anyway, but about the second week, I would not only be Mr. Electrician, I would rent loft spaces, big ones, like something 5,000 square feet or more, and clear them out and then slice them up into 3, 4, 5 lofts. And I would get the, lease on these lofts, and I would pay maybe $300 to $700 a month for these. And I would have in my lease so that I could sub them. And so I would slice them up into like 1,000 square foot lots. And the rich lawyers and stockbrokers who wanted to live in Soho or Tribeca, I was buying up lofts in those places and cutting them up. And this is like in the 70s before it really got ridiculous, until rich people started buying those buildings and turning them to condos. And these were just, and what I would charge the lawyers and stockbrokers, it was called a key fee, right? So I would say, okay, so they're living uptown spending $2,500 for rent, right? So I said, okay, and they'd have like maybe, a 700 square foot apartment. So they would get a nice loft in Tribeca, Soho, with nice windows, with good light. And it would be, a 1,200 or 1,000 square foot thing. And it would have a bathroom, a toilet, and a pipe coming out of the wall with a sink on it, and water, hot water heater, an electric meter downstairs, and a circuit breaker box there, a couple outlets on the wall, and at the front door, 2 switches with a couple of lights, and that's what they would get. And they would pay me somewhere between $10,000 and $40,000 for the key to get in that loft. And then they would pay me a rent of somewhere between $400 and $800 a month, right? So I would make about, if I, let's say, had 5 lofts there, I would make maybe $4,000 in rent, and, somewhere between $50,000 and $150,000 in key fee, right? Then I would say, okay, I will now be your contractor and fix this place up really amazing, however you want it. I have a couple of friends who are architects. I have carpenters. I have sheetrock guys. I've got painters. I got woodworkers. We'll do whatever you want. And so we'd make another bundle. So I would do that. And then I had a friend of mine who ended up being my business manager over the years. And she would, watch, she would collect everything. She would have all the accounts, and I would have like a little credit card. So these things would, I'd have 1 or 2 of those, and they would be making me, somewhere about $10,000 to $15,000 a month. And she would pay all the bills, and I would have the little credit card. No matter where I was in the world, I could just swipe that, and I would have at least access to $5,000 to $10,000 at a swipe. And it worked out great, for a good 12 years. That's what I did, right? And that was a good life, and that's what you can do in America, Anyway, I wouldn't call that rich, but I was living well, and I wasn't working that hard, and I got to work at whatever I wanted. Anyway, so in that period of time when I was building that empire, that's when I ran into this guy. And he wouldn't tell me, he just called me Samo, right? So so he's my helper. And one day we go, I get this loft that between Mercer and Broadway, and it was a big one, about 10,000 square foot. It was all the way through, right? So we were cleaning it out, and it had been a warehouse for art supplies. It was amazing. And it was like stuff from the 20s. And it had these like oil paint crayons, and I mean, just and paper of every different size, right? And this guy, so and I basically, I had I had a couple of friends who were artists, Judy Rivka and what was Cave Girl's sister, Kiki Smith, and what's his name? Oh, I forgot his name. He's a pretty famous guy. Keith Haring. So I'd say, hey, I got some really great art supplies. Come on over. Just take it away, you know? So, you know, I had a truck. Them and Samo, they would like load my truck up. We would drive it to each of their lofts. They would pull up whatever they wanted. And I took a ton of it back to my place for Samo because he just was nuts about this stuff. And what he loved most, there were boxes and boxes of paper about this size of different grades and weights and types, and what you know, some for all different kinds of things to draw on. And they had these really decoupage kind of chalky things, and he box, you know, like cases of those that were like 10 different colors in each box, and they fit into this jacket I got him from my pile. And from that point on, he, as my helper, he would have in one pocket like 200 or 300 cards, and the other one, the box of things, and he would take it out. And as he was, you know, supposed to be my helper, he would just be drawing and then throw it on the floor, drawing, throw it on the floor, drawing, throw it on the floor. So one day, Ivan Karp's 420 Art Gallery on Soho on Broadway, I'd wired that for him, and I knew Ivan real well, and he saw all the stuff I ever did. And I had this art gallery just down the street on Broome Street with Jane and what was Jane's husband's name? Bear. His last name was Bear. It was the Una Bear Gallery, and we turned that. It was an amazing space, and we turned it into a art commune first, and then an art gallery. And anyway, it was an interesting thing, right? Anyway. That's when Soho was new, and Ivan was the first guy to move from, you know, uptown down to Soho. And I was, so the Una Bear Gallery, we would find all kinds of artists, and then we would have shows, and Ivan would pay for it because it was his like satellite gallery that we could fish out artists, and he would pick the ones he liked, and he would, you know, then represent them in his gallery at 420 and his other one uptown. So that's how that worked. And so Ivan was a great, what do you call it? The guy who services the arts. You know, he was definitely it. And he was a straight up guy. So anyway, I'm putting up, he kept extending the gallery into this building that he bought for nothing. And so we were doing another, you know, gallery in his building, and I'm working away, and Samo's just, you know, hey, give me that, you know, hey, and I'd have to come down the ladder and get the thing instead of him because he's like, and he's got this, the floor is just covered in these cards of things he's just drawing, throwing down, throwing down, right? So I'm there and doing this, and who walks in but Mr. Fort, you know, the guy who owns the Ivan, and Andy Warhol. So Andy was, you know, buddy with Ivan, and Ivan would show his work at his gallery. But by this time, you know, whatever Andy made was worth millions. So this was like early 70s. And so anyway, I'm up on the ladder. And say, Samo, come on, give me that. And right. And they walk in, and he's just throwing it down. And they're just, and I look up, I see Ivan and Andy Warhol just staring at Samo and looking at the stuff on the ground and going, and that was it. You know, Andy fell in love with Samo. Ivan saw this another genius there. And, you know, that was like the real reason why I worked for Ivan, was to bring guys like Samo. So Samo became the Basquiat. I mean, that was, you know, the other name he used. Or there's a guy named now Basquiat, whatever it is. You know, Basquiat is like the reincarnation of Samo. Or anyway, long story short, Samo becomes really famous. So much so, and his story, you know, he's like a meteor. He's like super famous, and then he dies of AIDS or overdose or something that most of all my friends of that period of time died of, right? So, I mean, I saw a lot of that in the 70s. A lot of my friends died of because they were intravenous drug users or gay or got a transfusion. I mean, more people got AIDS from transfusions than any other thing. So, anyway, years later, you know, a movie about Samuel comes out, and I go to it, and not Robert Duvall, but the guy who played Christ in the Last Temptation of Christ, that guy plays me. And so the opening scene is that guy up on a ladder going, Samuel, give me that screwdriver, and him doing this and throwing the cards out there. And Andy Warhol was played by David Bowie, and I forgot who played Ivan. But anyway, that was a movie. And this really famous, you know, movie star, the guy who played The Last Temptation of Christ, played me. I mean, straight up, that was like that scene. And I asked Carmen, I said, you know, I saw that, and he was just laughing. He was going, you know, Al, you're like infamous, you know, you're beyond being famous. And it was true, you know. And so I never cared about being famous, right? Because I just could walk into any place, anytime, and just be the dude, just be me, just, you know. And that is the real deal of anyone's life, that they walk into the, you know, the set, the stage of their, you know, show, and that they are the actor at the time. They add to what's going on, and whenever I go, I add a positive. Even if I'm just out in the forest talking to squirrels, you know. So let's see, what has our friend being saying here? Sounds like complete. Let's see. I sense he needs someone. Like I said, he can't. You know, you know. I would take him out, and he'd have to get super drunk, and then he'd be like, you know, I'd have to get him home before the cops would go get him. No direction, takes no direction. You know, if you give him any kind of, what do you think about? You're telling me what to do. I hate you. Oh, you're a terrible person. Oh, you know, he goes off the deep end. You know, complex PTSD. No, he is strictly a narcissist. Period. That's it. He is so into himself. He represents every, you know, mental disorder there is, you know, but he's not, he doesn't have any of those. He is just so self-absorbed that he's the most self-absorbed person I've ever seen. But he's a sweet, good guy. So he does. And that's actually more, you know, that's what a sociopath is. You know, he's got that sweet, nice side to the point where you trust him, and then he, you know. And I've seen him, I have seen that look in his eye, and I've seen weapons in his hand, but I've never seen him really do it. Wish my son had that. There's, let's see, ketamine. Ketamine, you know, that's, you know, what that drug was designed for was to knock you out when they were opening you up so you wouldn't wake up. Ketamine just, and it is such an intense and strong drug, just a teeny bit will kill you, right? And that's what's happening. You know, back in the day when I was at the VA, and my major deal was dealing with guys who were basketball stars one year, and then the next they go to Vietnam, lose their legs, and then they come back to the VA without their legs, and they're miserable, and they have been turned into a junkie by the VA. And my job was to get them to be, to be like Lieutenant Dan, you know, go through it and then come back on the other side and have space age legs. But now people who are heroin addicts go and buy junk, and it's got ketamine in, and they OD. Like, bing, they're gone. So the way we're dealing with our drug problem is killing off all the junkies with ketamine. Or fentanyl. Fentanyl is ketamine is a thing that saves you from ODing, right? Fentanyl is the killer drug. So MJ, when you say Black Hole, some of that art film with you and GB in 360 is awesome. Well, you're talking about. Are you talking about the YouTubes I did on John's channel for about a year? And John made. He would make 2,500. I mean, so many people watch those that he was making $2,500 a month, and he'd still yell, "Maybe you're costing me money," and then he'd throw me out, and then I wouldn't be there, and then he wouldn't make that $2,500, and less than 3 people would watch his show. Now, one reason, John was probably one of the first people on YouTube when it came out in the early O's, and that's why he has a subscriber list of 100,000, right? And he is really adroit. And the other talented, he is great he knows every trick of the book of the internet. And our next door neighbor, who lived in the basement, ran his business from the basement of John's place. And it's, again, that school is just a school. It's owned by nobody. You're just paying taxes. I mean, I owned that place for 15 years, and I never called it mine. It was the school or the hill. It had its own power. But John, I own this place. Everything in it is mine. So the stuff I had in that place, he took as his. He had no respect for. I mean, he took things like, he went through all my stuff, and he found my marriage certificate to my first wife and pictures of me getting married to my first wife in a gypsy caravan, and pictures of my grandparents getting married and their wedding certificate. And he took them and said that, and there was this box that the old crone gave me to put sacred things in, and he got that, and he showed them on the YouTube channel that see, they're mine. But this picture of me getting married in a gypsy caravan, that's me. I mean, yet he had, and then when I asked him back, he was, well, it's in my house. I own everything, and that's called self-absorbed. And, it was, I can hold on to things sometimes, and it was good for me to let go of all of that stuff. Just let it go, Yeah, his children are amazingly talented. And yet, so I told him the story of a friend of mine who's a good musician. And so he's on the road all the time, and he's making a good living, and his wife put up with it because she had a nice house, a nice life, and the kids were fine. But at a certain point, she got tired of him, all the groupies and all that. And, in the beginning, he always came home. He loved his family and he loved his kids. And she came from France. And so at one point, she just got tired of it and took the kids to France and never came back. And when, she was in another country, couldn't do really anything about it. And what did he do? Instead of crying and moping like John does, and John's ex didn't take him to another country, just went to Texas, right? And, in the last 6 years since they left, he hasn't seen them except for 5 times, right? So I told him the story of my friend who, after she left, and he kind of, went downhill and got sorry. And then he said, screw this. And so he got his agent to, instead of do tours around America, to have him tour around Europe, right? And so he got all the paperwork, and he started playing in Germany and France and England and all of that. And he would have his schedule, so he would work a month, and then he would have 2 weeks off. And he bought himself an RV. So he, instead of being in hotels, he drove all over Europe and played. And then the first time he did this, he went to the town in France and he took all his paperwork, his divorce papers, which said that he would have the right to keep his kids half the year, and then showed all the legal stuff he tried to do from America, and she's in Paris. And anyway, so he went to, drove in that town, drove to the police department and said, listen, my wife lives here and I see that there is a place I can park my RV, just up the street legally. And I'm going to do that because my kids walk down that street and I will see them and they can come and hang out in my RV. And I just want to tell you, I'm going to do this. I want you to say what's right and wrong in the legal sense here in France. And he learned to speak French, so he spoke to them in French. And he had all the right paperwork. All the cops were very sympathetic and said, sure, you can stay there. And yes, thank you for telling us. And so when she calls and complains, we can tell her, tough noogies, he's not on your property. The kids walk by. If they want to walk, and they are of a certain age, they were all like 11 and 12 and 14, they can make up their own mind. And he did. And he stayed there, for a whole year. Every third week, he'd go be there for a week and they would come and hang with her. And after, a month of that, when she got mad and then she called the cops and she got a lawyer and she couldn't do anything, she just kind of resolved, okay, this ain't bad. And actually he takes care of it, and takes them on trips, and then I can go screw other guys and have fun without the kids. And so she said, oh, I like this. And then she got to a point where she, they didn't get married again, but they reestablished a relationship they said for the kids. And then they realized that they actually liked each other and they were friends. And so from that point on, they had a great life, right? He finally found another woman to be his main thing, and they got married, and it was like the extended family. He bought a house in that same town, and they were all friends, and they spent Christmas and holidays together, and it was a great life. And when I told John that story, he exploded. I've done more than that guy. I went to Texas 5 times, and it was terrible. I had to. And I just look out, really? Okay. And that's John. He is totally narcissistic, and he totally represents the American. He is the American, because what is destroying America is people who feel entitled, who feel like, I'm exceptional. It's all about me. I'm so great, Now, I've done lots of stuff in my life, right? I have, and I don't view myself as exceptional or that I am entitled to anything. What I do is every minute, every second of my life, I do my best in service to love's co-creation. That's it. That's what I'm here to do, right? It's not about me. And I've had plenty of careers. I've been famous, infamous, and I've made money and I've been successful, and pretty much I'm successful at everything I do, even not doing anything. I'm successful at it, And that's what life is about. Anyway, so that's what it's about, and what we're coming up against is a very interesting time. Every 800 years within a 16,000 year cycle. Within that 16,000 year cycle, there's an 800-year period. And at this point in that 800-year period is the beginning or the end of it. And it either falls, steps up or falls way behind. That's if you look at history, it does this, right? And if you get the momentum in the positive sense, that's when we do some pretty amazing positive things. And that's why we're still here. If we were really bad as a species, we'd have been toast a long time ago. And now we're at this very interesting seesaw point where we have developed certain technologies and I would suggest everyone to go see the movie that's like 50 years old. It's called Zardos. It was made in the 70s. And it was with the guy who was Sean Connery. When he quit being 007, he did in the 70s, he did some, he wanted to, have lots of, he didn't want to just be, James Bond. So he did the movie with Michael Caine, Man Who Would Be King. That's a pretty good movie. Another movie called Time Bandits. That's a very interesting movie. A lot of these very interesting movies. And this movie Zardos, which is about right now. It's like it was made in the 70s, about the near future of like the dystopian, And so the rich people got really rich and they became transhuman, meaning they lived forever. And they went to the stars and found there was nothing close by to get very too interested about. So they came back and just, and they left the rest of the world seized into a dystopian, terrible zombie land. And they had this group of murderers who kept a level of control on the zombies. And so the zombies kind of scraped out in existence, and it made enough food for the rich that lived in these force field gated communities, but they were in their own jail because they could never die. They lived forever, and everything was controlled by AI, and AI was totally psychotic. And so when the rich people who created all of this didn't do exactly as the parameters that they set up themselves, then when they kind of said, well, I'm the rich, famous, entitled one, I can do whatever. And AI said, no, you can't. And how they punished the rich and powerful was to make them older by 5 years at a time. So if they broke any of the rules, they became 5 years older, 5 years older, until they were like, ancient, arthritic ridden, suffering things forever. And that's where we're heading, right? This dystopian thing where the rich put themselves into a corner where they wish they could die, but they can't. And it just gets, so go watch, gang. MJ, I want you to go watch that movie. That'll, I want your feedback, right? So this, this tonight's live chat is mostly kind of about, the alien. And the real deal is that what people don't realize is that we were manufactured by these aliens, and they've been around as long as we have been. And they have, it's not just a handful. It's not like some nice ET stopped by in his little, Range Rover spaceship. No, the amount of alien intervention has been, we were manufactured by these guys, right? And they have an ulterior motive for what we are. That's why they keep abducting and doing stuff to us, right? So, MJ, what's your insight? What's your experience? I gave you the tale of me sitting in the deep green watching all these things fly by me and come visit me. And they're kind of nice in that, when they come by and I'm thinking, oh, I wonder if they're nice and they want to visit. And they kind of turn around and kind of buzz around my neck of the, my head for a few minutes until I go, no, I don't think I want to meet you. So what do you think? And so MJ, I guess you watch John's channel, right? Because if your comment here, children amazingly talented. So you must have watched his show enough. And he always says, and I taught them how to be artists. I don't know if you could, if you've only seen your kids 5 times in the last 6 years, spent all of, 20 days with them in the last 6 years, that really, that you really taught them how to be artists, because they left when they were 8 and, 6. And now, I guess, his oldest son is near 15, right? And so his other son is about somewhere between 13 and 14. So he missed them. he wasn't there to be their dad. Really, he has never been their dad. Even when they were with him, not so much, right? So because he was always doing whatever he wanted to do, right? And that was one reason why his ex left him. It wasn't like he was screwing around, but he was always, thinking about it, And actually, I think, I don't even think John knows what he is on any level, So, and that's why I really am interested in John, because he is my, canary in a coal mine. He's, and he's been a control of my study of the human race in the last 6 years. I kind of gauge everything. John he is not changed. He has gotten nicer. He has been that nicer self that he is, more than he was, right? But he still can slide into that. You don't want to be around this guy, right? And pretty much most people who I talk who know him, who are kind of nearby him, just shake their head and say, "Oh, he's," because I've seen him. He can talk to me. He is comfortable around me because I'm really his only friend, and I don't judge him whatsoever. So he can be whatever he is, and I don't get fazed, really. So he can talk to me. He doesn't stutter. Because I see him around other people, he's just like he locks up. He can't communicate, right? And his parents, his family, who love him dearly, who pay all his bills, who support him 100%, live just 4 miles from his house. So Dark Trade meets Bambi. I think I'm going to write a novel with that as it's. I'm going to use that, MJ. Okay, I like that. Savant versus Narc. Dark Trade meets Bambi. I like that. Dark Trade meets Bambi. Because I can tell, MJ, you know what dark trade really means. Most people have no idea what dark trade means. There's a specific real reason. That's good. Dark trade means Bambi. I like it. So what do you think? What's going on? And basically, I see one of within the 16,000 years, every 800 years, something mammoth change, and it either starts to tiptoe up the ladder or falls off the cliff. That's what the Dark Ages were, right? And so, because before the Dark Ages, things weren't that bad. Bango, we just crashed, right? Before the Dark Ages was like, the last remnants of the empires. Everybody was trying to have an empire. It was the Roman Empire, and then the Holy Roman Empire, and then the, Vatican, and then the Spanish Inquisition, and bingo, the Dark Ages. And so go watch them. I love to know, MJ, your insight on and it's on the YouTube. If you put in Zardoz, and that's X, it's Wizard of Oz spelled backwards, Zardoz. And, if you just hit the button and speak into the Google Voice receptacle and say, want to know about the movie Zardoz, Sean Connery starring, right? So, and because it is really, it's like the near future. It really is. And that's one of the interesting things about art. It can peg what's going to happen in the near future, right? And it foresaw, 60 years into the near future, pretty well. H.G. Wells, MJ, did you ever read any H.G. Wells? The one book I would suggest all to read of H.G. Wells is Outline of History. And the next, my favorite books, is Things to Come. Now, Time Machine, Visible Man, Island of Dr. Moreau, War of the Worlds, all excellent, but they trend towards the everyman's appreciation. Now, these other books are a little more specific about interesting ideas, but still, like the Outline of History was the second most read book of the 20th century. I mean, and that's what he made most money on, that one book. And I taught it in, one day I was, so I was for 30 years, the itinerant scholar, and I would, work for entities, nonprofit entities like Brookings and the Council on Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, all of those kind of nonprofit entities that wanted to study this or the other thing. And I had a really great skill set of looking at trends. I was the trend guy. They also called me a futurist, And anyway, so that was my little skill set of my, and also understanding really ancient works within a modernistic point of view. And so those were my skill sets in the itinerant scholar. And I was very good at making strategies for building protocols for programs, right? Within the social science motif, right? So those were my skill sets. And so I'd be at a university for anywhere from 6 months to a year and a half doing one of these programs. And once they got used to me, the administration would say, listen, Al, we need somebody to teach X, Y, or Z. Can you do that? And I said, sure. Because they'd much rather pay me $100 a class, give me an office to have, students, and give me a dynamic where I can, set up books in the library that's on reserve for these students. You can do that, I'll teach your course. So they did, right? And I would put on the syllabus, I guarantee you an A, just show up. Then I'd put on a smaller line, no quizzes, no tests, no papers, no textbooks. Right? And then in really small print, if you ask me if this is on the quiz, you fail immediately. If you miss more than 3 classes, you fail immediately. If you can't work with others, you fail immediately. And most of the people who would fail would fail before the end of drop ad. So I remember teaching this one sociology course, and all I did was show movies and have them read books that were not, close to anything that was on, what that course was wanting, right? But, I'd have them read books like by Bell Hooks, right? And in a sociology course, I had them read Moby Dick because that's one of the greatest. And I remember teaching a psychology course based on Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, because how I looked at that story was Frankenstein was a bad parent, and the monster was a neglected child. And they in her book, they didn't call him the monster; they called him the creature. And pretty much at the end of the story, the best human of all of the characters was the creature. That's the one with most empathy, most kindness, most all the above, right? And so I would teach courses like that, and the students loved it, and the guys who were the scholastics would be just livid that I would teach like that, right? And that I wouldn't come to the cocktail parties every week for the professors, and if I did, I would show up in my pajamas, and I'd have a pretty young thing on my arm, and they really were livid about that. But they weren't students from my class or from the college. They were just, there were other colleges, and they weren't that young, Yeah, I was in my 40s, and yeah, they were in their late 20s, but they were all graduate students. They were almost 30. So, they were definitely, mature people who could choose, and mostly they were just on my arm, they, pretty much, unless all of the stars were aligned, I never really let things get past just being good friends, right? Because if you can't be good friends, you're not going to be very good lovers, that's for sure. So I started out that way always, and it works out much better, Let's see. ARR crit. Art hex. MJ, I do a lot better with sentences longer and put in large type, like California out of question, pie in the sky. Yep. See that? I understand that. Children, amazing, talented. I understand that. And the good question, what's JBS's intent? He has none. The closest thing to intent is self-worship, which is a bad place, a dark, you don't want to go into self-worship. You're not God, what you are is co-creator of love, and that's, where we're supposed to be. And, Savant versus Narc, dark trade meets Bambi. See, now I understand that very, yes, you definitely superstars. Yeah. And basically, when I read that, what I see is not like I'm an A-lister or I'm, a movie star, but I am stardust. I'm part of the universe. That's when I read that from you. That's what I'm getting. Did I read that correctly? When I say yes, you are definitely superstars, plural, meaning I'm from that, stardust. That's me. Like Bowie's Starman. He's a starman. Blah 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 blah. That's me. So 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 43 seconds. It's 12:27. Art history and art criticism, right? So, and those two things are really interesting because within the juxtaposition to the quest for an alternative aesthetic, and that's always been my quest as an artist, so art history, the study of art history in the quest of an alternative aesthetic, valuable. Art history as kind of a religion of man, dead end. Art criticism, again, within the construct of creating an alternative aesthetic, very good. And the word I like better rather than criticism is critique, because critique goes to the heart of what a salon is. And so criticism, if you take the etymology of it, it goes back to, and same with art history, they both have this this connectivity to the instead of the scholarly, the scholastic, the textbook. So if you're looking at art through the lens of a textbook, not good. If you're looking at art through the vehicle of love's co-creation, that's the way to go. I look at it, I look at Joseph Campbell took from Plato this idea of the artist in the first person as the caveman, right? The first person, like first peoples, right? So the guy who was scribbling on the cave wall and everything that came from that was from the First Peoples, the making of wampum and the dream catcher and all of those things. That's the art I'm talking about, right? But the thing that has the mercantile edge, which is the criticism of the Scholastic. The Scholastic puts the dollar sign on art, right? So that's been my motif of being in the art world. I've always been art for art's sake. And it always, by doing that, not having to want to be, like all my real art friends all became super duper world famous, and and the ones that I'm still close to, still, talk to, still connected to, that haven't gotten so big that they don't answer their phone or change it every 2 days and stuff like that. Well, those guys, we're still what we were. I mean, I have friends who are still in it, and I talk to them once a month at least, right? And when I talk to them, it's like when I used to leave on my little sabbaticals. For a good 20 years, I was a dude in New York, and I could just cruise back in, have work immediately, make money prolifically, and always find the best place to live in, especially once I started living in abandoned buildings. Because I go uptown to where the rich people lived. The South Bronx is where the rich people lived. And there were buildings that were all mahogany. The Supreme Court building up in right on the edge of Harlem and South Bronx was an amazing building. It's 125th Street, I think, and it had its own subway stop, right? And when the state closed that building, they cinder blocked all the windows up 2 floors. The front door, all of the windows on ground floor, all the windows on the second floor, and you just couldn't get in through that from the outside. But if you got off at I guess it was above 125th Street. If you got off at 125th Street and walked up, the end of the platform and kept walking up that little workman's path that had a light every 100 yards, and you walked up to the next stop, that stop was the Supreme Court building. They had their own subway stop. But after they closed the building, they closed that stop. But it was still there, right? And it still had the, light every 100 feet or so on that thing. And the revolving door, they didn't brick that up. They had a little lock. All I did was have a chisel and a sledgehammer, and I knocked the lock out, and this revolving door moved. And then I changed the cylinder and put my own cylinder in, and I had the key to lock the revolving door. And I went in with my flashlight. I went down to the next basement where the main switch was. I threw the main switch. All the electricity came on in the building. Elevators worked. All the lights worked. I went and, I had, an Edison key that could unlock any Edison lock. Unlocked actually, I didn't even have to. Both the electric meter and gas meter hadn't been turned off. I mean, they'd been physically turned up, but nobody put a lock on them. I just turned them back on. So I had gas, so I had heat, hot water, light. The elevators worked, and it was like, a 7-story building that each floor was maybe 2,500 feet, and it was all marble and mahogany. And I had some of the best parts. I had tons of people living in that building, and we came in and out through the subway walkway, right? And no one ever, no cops showed up, no nothing, right? It was quite amazing. And the rooms that were above the second floor that had windows, those were daytime rooms. The rooms that had no windows were the nighttime rooms. And the window, the bottom 3 floors that were cinder blocked up, we, didn't worry about light. But we didn't show any light to the outside world. And it was, so I, for a good 20 years, that was the years I traveled through Europe, where I would, have a couple of really good projects in New York, make 20 or 30 grand, put them in my little account, get on the airplane. And that's when they had Freddie Laker. You could fly from Kennedy to Heathrow for $75. Couldn't beat it, right? You'd go buy the ticket before noon. They had a little office in the Pan Am building on the ground floor on 34th Street. You went to that little office before 4, and the bus would leave at 4:30. They would have a bus that would drive you right from 34th Street all the way to Kennedy onto the tarmac. You wouldn't get off, and you wouldn't, because they didn't have a gate. They had a place they could put their 747. They had a 747, and it was not crowded. They'd have, instead of packed with like 350 people, they had about 200, right? So the first, and it was all one class, and the upstairs was a nice lounge where you get a nice meal, and they gave you a nice meal, but you get an even nicer meal upstairs, pay a little bit more, but they gave you booze. And when you got to their little office on 34th Street where the bus was waiting, you got on, and they gave you champagne in plastic cups for the drive to the airplane, and then pull up in front of the airplane, got out of the bus, walked up the steps, got on the airplane. Within half an hour, the plane took off, right? And it left about 5:15, 5:30, and you got into Heathrow at like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, right? And so it was great. You slept on the airplane, you got off, and you had the whole day to run around and get to wherever you wanted to go. So it was the best. And for 20 years, I did that, right? Until Freddie Laker went out of biz, right? And but I could cruise back into New York and just go to work immediately, right? And I can't do that now. Like today, I helped my neighbor get his lights working. And yeah, I got up on a ladder. I went up 2 steps, but that's as far as I can go on a ladder. It's about 2 steps, right? And anyway, so that's the story, MJ. So get a hold of me. Let's start communicating on the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. And anybody who wants to throw something in my PayPal account, that's the way. PayPal is the way I receive it, because then I can transfer it into my bank account. Someone they sent me an email saying they tried to send me, I don't know, I couldn't quite understand what they were saying, but they said, it couldn't go through. And they said that, they were using the Dude Awakes 42. And I think it's just the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. At least I think that's what it is. But I know nothing. I'm like that character that Hartman on Saturday Night Live did. He was the caveman lawyer. He was really sophisticated, but he had the caveman forehead and wearing a $1,000 lawyer suit, and he would be in front of I'm an innocent, naive caveman lawyer. I don't know, and that was his way of talking to the jury, and he'd get everybody off. So it's almost 5 hours, and I'm starting to get a little tired. How about some more thumbs up from all you guys? Because I know there's a whole bunch of people there. And it's kind of interesting. Every time I end the thing, like the last time I did a 4-hour thing, there were about 60 people who watched, right? And, and they watched, a good number of them watching a long time. So it was like a 6-hour thing, but it was, in all of the watcher time put together was 36 hours. Next day after it got posted, and I had like 8 thumbs up, and the next day I had no thumbs up and 3 thumbs down, and it said only 14 people watched. It was like, and I have no idea how that works. And I wouldn't put it past John because he is pretty amazing. His knowledge and ability on the internet is really, pretty right there. Like I was saying, when he was away, visiting his kids and got lost, a guy came by and said, I need to get out of where I'm at. I want to rent, because John had put out that he was going to rent the basement. The guy saw it. I love it. I want to live here, right? And I said, sure, move in, because he needed to get out right away. So, and John used to pay me when he bought the house. I didn't make him pay all up front. He paid X amount when I needed to pay off my debts. Then he owed me another chunk, so he would give me like X every month. And so when he went off to visit his kids and got lost, he didn't pay me that month. So the guy, he said, how much does John want? And I said, what do you think this is worth? He said, about $2,000. So I said, okay. How about you just give me, this, and when John comes back, you can give him the rest. So he said, fine, right? So the guy moves in, and he really was, and he really moved in, and this guy was on top of it. He wanted to be able to run his business, so he needed the internet. So he had a warehouse downtown, and he had the fiber optics coming into his he had servers. He put a microwave antenna on top of his place, and he put a receiver on the school. And so he had internet better than Cox, that Cox has before they sell it to you, right? So he had, a zillion bits or however they measure it. And John used to pay $300 a month to do the internet off his cell phone, right? To have a hotspot, and then ride his little computer into his phone, into the hotspot, and do it over the his phone's signal. Anyway, he gets there, and this guy has installed an amazing wood stove in the basement so he can stay warm. And the whole school is made out of stone and concrete. So once you get the basement warm, the whole place gets warm, right? And this guy bought a whole cord of wood and put this amazing, internet into the building with a Wi-Fi. And he put in hot water downstairs. John just had the hot water up in his little apartment. He deemed that I didn't need hot water. Anyway, so the guy did all this, and then John showed up, and John was livid. How dare you do this? How dare you I didn't tell you could put internet in this school. I didn't tell you could put He did all this amazing stuff, and he did not appreciate anything because this guy was so competent. And John felt belittled by this guy's super competence, right? And then I said, and John wanted, so I said, John, he's going to pay this much. And John said, oh, that's too much. You only have to pay $600. And the guy looked at me like, what? And I said, no, John. And the guy had $1,800 in his hand, and John needed some cash. So I said, John, just let him pay what he agreed to pay. But I didn't agree on that. You made it for me. I said, yes, but you're going to make $1,100 more than that little bit of money. And John finally said, okay, and took the $1,800, right? But he complained the whole thing that I took advantage of him. It's like, really? You've got this amazing internet. Now you don't have to pay $300 a month for your phone. You have heating the whole building, and this guy's going to do it. Once he gets the whole house heated up, you won't have to worry about being cold upstairs, because there was a nice wood stove upstairs I had to put in, and I tried to show John how to start a fire. He couldn't do it. He bought this big box of starter wood, and we had logs down there, and he just burnt the starter wood. Right, it cost him $28 a box, and he just kept buying a box after box of little starter wood. It was like, and that's John, And if you try and show him, like I don't know how many times I tried to show him how to start a fire, and he would just scream at me, So the guy lived downstairs for about 3 months. And John would sit up the top of the steps and listen to this guy talk, do his business, over the phone, over the computer. And every time something, like, he would run down those stairs and scream at him, you're working. I can't stand it. You got to get out here. Because this guy was unbelievably competent. He was running a business. He was doing very well. And John felt super incompetent compared, and he would scream at him. The guy would try and say, no, I can't just move down. I mean, I've already moved in and I can't. And so there was another guy, the guy who owned everything. His parents built it, and he's another guy who feels entitled. And, he's kind of a German version of John, but he's a shrink. And there's another reason why I stopped being a shrink, because every shrink I ever worked for or I knew were megalomaniacs, total control freaks, right? Would scream and yell and jump up and down and call other people crazy, right? So it's like, and so that was this guy, right? And so he rented it to this lowlife guy and this guy was so, he's in Germany. He didn't realize that the lowlife guy that he picked as a good, he's a good judge of people. And I said, I don't know about this guy. And so he didn't pay his rent for 7 months, right? And then the guy showed up and tried to get him out, but couldn't. And then said, well, you need to fix all this stuff up in my house. And I'm going to tell him that you are the overseer. And so this guy was, kind of like John in a way, but not so much. But he too would be out on the street if he wasn't working for his parents, who, like John's parents, are big in real estate. So this guy had but this guy had none of the talent that John had, or none of the sweetness that John had, right? But he had the same wacko-ness, but worse, because he was violent. And so I just kind of kept doing things, making his life better and easier by fixing and being the overseer. That just kind of, and so he once lost it in front of a whole bunch of people, which made him feel, I did the wrong thing. And so he just left overnight, thus leaving that house empty so the other guy could move into it. And then the, psychologist, German John, was like, oh, wow, you fixed everything for me. And not only that, I redid his septic line because it kept overrunning, and I found some guys who could do it. And he couldn't. He spent $3,000 renting fiber optic things to push down the sewer line, and he couldn't get it to go in the pipe more than 3 feet because it was just clogged with the toilet paper and shit that he just was anal retentive about, using like 3 rolls of toilet paper for each log he pooped out. So anyway, and that's what this hill did, meaning it would totally turn you into a psychotic, poor excuse of a human being, because that's what it thought it wanted you. But if you were happy and positive and tried to do your best, it would help you to do all of the above. So, I mean, I lived in that. I bought that school, and I bought it in, when did I buy it? Maybe 05. Yeah, around the 05. And I stayed there until I sold it to John in 15. So, about 10, 11 years I was there. Or I owned it for 10. I was there another 2 years before I owned it. So, and the hill treated me very blessedly. I mean, I financially always did really well. And again, those were the years I was, worked for the corporate world for desperate lawyers. And so those 14 years, I made more money than I ever did. I always made whatever amount of money I needed, but this was, 11 weeks a year, making twice what I normally worked when I worked the whole year. So, and that was all thanks to the Hill, and it, and I led a extraordinarily hedonistic life. Forget 4 stars, 5-star hotels everywhere. Never thought twice about whatever amount of money I spent. I would go with these lawyers to these super duper titty bars, and they would pay for everything, but I'd still would, spend a couple of grand and not even think twice about it, or feel guilty or anything, because those girls liked me, and I was, and I pretty much would only hang out with, the one thing I could read anybody. I can read anybody like a book. And so the girl I would choose would be, and they were all really, these were high-end things. So these girls weren't drug addicts or any of that, but they realized they could take advantage of men and make, 5-6 grand a night and go to college or do whatever, or pay for the kids' braces or whatever. They were, doing this to get someplace, right? And I appreciated that. And you know what the word tip stands for? To ensure proper service, right? And so the desperate lawyers who were married, had wives and kids, they felt guilty and dirty by what they did, not me. And usually, at 3:00 in the morning, I wouldn't be drunk. Those guys would be drunk and have to leave their fancy car there and have to call. And I would say, why don't you just leave your car in your office parking space and let's all get a, oh no, I'll drive, because they wanted to show up their fancy car, and they were too drunk, and they were, at least lawyer enough know not to drive drunk. And I usually went home with the pretty attractive girl that I dropped 2 grand on. Even though the lawyers were paying for everything, I would still tip them well. And they would kind of look at me and say, well, if these guys are paying for it all on their credit card and take it off on their taxes, you're still giving me cash. Why are you doing this? And I said, well, because this is above and beyond whatever, I like you. And I'm telling, and you know what the word tip stands for? These are tips. And you know what the word tip stands for? And they said, what's it stand for? And I said, to ensure proper service. And they kind of go, yeah. And then that would be the appropriate showing of appreciation in a respectful, gracious way within the mercantile concept of the titty bar. And that would be the thing that pushed past that, rental property thing. I'm showing respect. And so that gave me the opportunity to be a friend, and then to go from friendship into being something more. And I had a number of, because I kept going to that part of Florida and that part of California and that part of Texas many times. And so I would have, again, affairs to remember, and didn't continue to pay that every time I saw them. That was just the gracious gesture of to open the door for that kind of relate to a more affair to remember kind of, and they would appreciate it and put it into context what they were doing as their job. Anyway, it always worked out for the best. And when you are trying to do your better in every day in every way, your life will always turn out for the best, no matter what. I've had some really catastrophic times in my life, but it always turned out for the best. It always made me a better person. It always made my ability to work through this karmic wheel that I'm on to ascend, because I've died 6 times, and instead of dying and having to, be thrown on the karmic blender and go do something else, my guys, no, you need to go back. You're not done yet. You still have another 3, wait till you finish your 9th death, and then we'll let you come home, and then you can ascend. You'll learn every lesson. You haven't finished, So I've learned not to question anymore, just to do my best, right? That's what I'm here to do. Well, the crowd is diminishing. It's almost 5 hours. My throat is getting a little tired. And so I think we've talked all about a lot of stuff. I'd love to see some comments. Nobody comments that much. Anyway, and get some more people. It'd be fun to have 1,000. Because if I got over, I don't know what the rules are now, but I used to be able to do this on my phone. So I could go almost anywhere and do it, right? Now I have to do it on my laptop, and I can only do it off of good Wi-Fi. I just can't do it off my phone signal. So, but if I get above 1,000 subscribers, then I can do it off my phone. But either way, it's no big deal. It works, because when I'm at a place where I have no, you just don't see me that much. Now that I am at a place where I can do it as much as I want, I will. I'll at least do it once a day. And maybe more. Like most days, I do it at least twice. But some days, this week I didn't do it a couple of days because I didn't feel like doing it. I already did it 5 or 6 times, and that's more than I normally do. So that's what it is. So gonna go. Let's see, what time is it? 4:50. Okay. So when it hits 4:51, I'm gonna go. So let's say, here's a good prayer. Bless me, Father Sky, Mother Earth, Holy Spirit. Bless me indeed, enlarge my territory, and in every day and every way, let me take the piece of the earth and make it stronger. Amen. Aho. I love you guys. See you tomorrow.